Good morning and welcome to this special gathering as we come together to celebrate a truly remarkable milestone, the 90th birthday of Professor David Wilkie and his outstanding contributions to the actuarial science in many different areas. First of all, I would like to thank our sponsors and individual donors for their generous contributions and financial support to make this event happen. These are the IFoA section of the International Actuarial Association, the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, the Actuarial Society of South Africa, the Caribbean Actuarial Association, and our individual donor, Michael McLaughlin. We also have 3 anonymous sponsors and donors, and we very much appreciate their support. Our conference is accompanied by a special issue of the Annals of Actuarial Science, and the scope of the special issue is framed by the areas in which David Wilkie has produced major contributions. These include stochastic models of asset prices and economic risk factors, also known as economic scenario generators, mortality modeling, critical illness modeling and income protection, construction of investment indices, and computation in actuarial science. So basically in almost every field of actuarial science. And the guest editors are Mary Hardy, Johnny Lee, Alexander McNeil, and Andrew Smith. So in the upcoming welcome speeches, we will listen to David's biography and his contributions to actuarial science, both as an academic and an actuary, but allow me to say a few words about him. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to have had the opportunity to know David as a person and to work with him for many years. David has always been an inspiration to many of us with his wisdom, modesty, kindness, generosity, and integrity. He has been honored with gold medals, both by the Faculty of Actuaries and by the Institute of Actuaries before they were merged. He was appointed a Commander of the British Empire in 1998 for his distinguished contributions to the actuarial science. He was awarded honorary doctorates of science and mathematics by City University, Waterloo University, and Heriot-Watt University. He has also been an honorary professor at Heriot-Watt University for many years. David has been elected an honorary or corresponding member of the Swiss, Italian, Swedish, and South African actuarial societies. He has also been on the councils of and been a vice president of the Faculty of Actuaries, the Institute of Actuaries, the Royal Statistical Society, and the Institute of Mathematics and its Applications. He served on the Group Consultative of EU Actuaries and the Council of the International Actuarial Association. He is honorary chairman of the IFoA section of the International Actuarial Association. He has also been chairman of or a member of the scientific committee of many international actuarial conferences. So this is David's 90th birthday cake, and it just describes who he is so well. David was one of my PhD supervisors at Heriot-Watt, along with my Professor Andrew Cairns and Professor Torsten Kleinow, who are also here with us today. In my PhD years, we didn't have ChatGPT, but we had Wikipedia. At Heriot-Watt, we also had Wilkipedia. We used to call David, along with my PhD colleagues, Wikipedia, because he could answer any questions we asked him. If you like, you can try it today. When you have a chance to talk to him, please ask a question. It can be about actuarial science, of course, or history, languages, geography, cultures, anything you can think of. I'm sure he will be able to answer your question, or at least provide some insightful thoughts and suggest some books about the subject, which he read maybe decades ago. He reads all those books, as you see in the cake, and the more astonishing thing is that he remembers everything he reads, and he provides you with a full reference. That is David Wilkie I have known. And David is cutting his birthday cake very seriously. Before I invite Professor Bob Doherty, the Dean of the School for Business and Society at the University of York, for his welcome speech, I would like to express my gratitude to, firstly, Professor David Wilkie, for providing us with so many accomplishments and contributions to actuarial science to celebrate, and for being here to celebrate with us. To Dr. Patricia Wilkie, at the same time David's wife, for being a great support during his career and also helping us in this event. To Professor Alexander McNeil, who is one of the organizers of this conference, and the joint head of the Accounting, Finance, and Actuarial Science group at the University of York, and also to Professor Bob Doherty for their continued support in organizing this event. To our guest speakers, for accepting our invitations immediately and coming to York from all around the world. To the contributing presenters and the chairs of the sessions for their interest in the conference and traveling such long distances, even from different continents. To Andreas Tsanakas, the chief editor of the Annals of Actuarial Science, and the guest editors for supporting our conference with a special issue. To our Wilkie Fest volunteers, including Aniketh and Kathleen, who helped us find sponsors, disseminate and advertise our conference. To our School for Business and Society admin staff for their support, and to our actuarial science students who volunteered to help us host this event together. Today, we have guests from Ireland, Canada, Australia, South Africa, the Netherlands, and many different places from the UK. Thank you to each and every one of you as our friends, colleagues, and students for being here with us to celebrate this truly remarkable milestone. And to those who wanted to be here but couldn't due to some health reasons and travel restrictions. Thank you. Let the celebrations begin. Now, I would like to invite Professor Bob Doherty for his welcome speech.
Just wanted to say a massive good morning to everybody, and thank you to Şule for opening up the Wilkie Fest. On behalf of the University of York and the School for Business and Society, which actually boasts our world-leading accounting, actuarial science and finance group, I want to give a big welcome to you all to our Wilkie Fest event here at the historic Guildhall in York. And I first of all want to say a big thanks to Dr. Şule Şahin for her drive and constant enthusiasm and organizing skills to bring everybody here from all over the world to this event. And also to Professor Alexander McNeil for offering his ongoing support and for leading our really pioneering work in actuarial science at the University of York. And I think we should just I know what it's like to try and bring all people together in an event like this. It's it's a lot of hard work and very intensive. And I just want to give you I think we should give them a big round of applause for bringing it all together. And before we talk more about David Wilkie and his amazing work, I just want to say a little bit about the history of this building, because I think it's so appropriate that we celebrate your work and have this event in this very historic building. So if the walls of this Guildhall could talk, they would have quite a story to tell, let me tell you. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story of the building and the Guildhall here in York. The hall was built, actually, in 1445 for the Guild of St. Christopher and St. George. And the cost was divided equally between them. And actually, the accounts still exist in this building and include a record of 3 pence given to the workmen to celebrate the laying of the foundations. The first council meeting of the city was recorded here in May of 1459. In addition to the Wilkie Fest conference, the hall has been put to all sorts of uses. It was sometimes a court of justice, including the infamous trial of Margaret Clitheroe for practicing Catholicism in 1586, in a secret room adjoining her house in the Shambles, which is not too far from here. If you're staying in York for a few more days, I'd recommend you go and visit the Shambles. It's quite a tourist attraction, particularly because it was featured in Harry Potter as Diagon Alley in recent times. In 1647, at the height of the Civil War, the parliamentarians agreed to pay a ransom of £200,000 to the Scots in exchange for handing over Charles I. The huge sum was counted out in the security of the Guild's Hall in a justice room, which is actually now Committee Room 1, sealing his fate and ending his reign in 1649. In 1850, the Guildhall was the stage of a magnificent banquet attended by Prince Albert and civic dignitaries of the principal towns in the United Kingdom in order to gain enthusiasm and support for the great exhibition of international industry taking place in London in the following year. The Second World War had a direct impact on the hall. It was badly damaged by bombing in April 1942. Ironically, the Guildhall at the time was actually undergoing restoration before it was bombed, and it was actually 18 years before the stone shell of the building was restored, complete with a modern stained glass window you can see behind me. And it was actually reopened by Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, on the 21st of June, 1960. A new £21 million restoration to the building was actually undertaken during the pandemic, the recent COVID pandemic, as part of an overall plan for a more sustainable future for the city of York, and allowing the Guildhall to retain its civic use for the 21st century. And actually, very fortunately, in May 2022, the Guildhall was leased to the York Science Park for 15 years, which is actually a subsidiary of the University of York. So we have a lease on the building for 15 years, and we have some wonderful events here. And it's really, really difficult to book this space. So well done, Şule, for making it happen. The renovated building offers high-quality office space. It's an incubator for new businesses, for students at the university, as a riverside restaurant and a new cafe. And I'm so glad that we could bring people here from all over the world to listen to the amazing papers that we've got coming up, and also to celebrate David Wilkie's contribution in his 90th birthday. And also, I think the special thing about this gathering is the people from industry, people from policy, and also the people from academia, all working together on the amazing topics that you've got lined up. So I'm really happy. I'm delighted that we are hosting this event, and it's just a real pleasure and a delight to see you all here. We won't have any guillotines today or any courts of justice. We're just going to have a really wonderful academic event. And thank you very much for coming. And I'm going to hand over to Alex now, I think, to say a few words about David's contribution, amazing contribution. And then you'll see me later on. Thank you.
Okay, so after learning a bit about the long and storied history of our surroundings, it's time to tell you a little bit about the long and equally storied history of David Wilkie. Bear with me, he did a lot in his life. So Shule's told you something about the many awards that he's received. I'm going to concentrate on how David ended up as an actuary, tell you a little bit about his early life. It's always fascinating to hear how someone sets out on the kind of journey that David has had, and give a little bit more insight into some of the areas in which he has contributed. So David was born on the 22nd of March, 1934, in Manchester, in Didsbury in Manchester. His parents were both GPs from Scotland. They attended Glasgow University, where they met during a Department of Public Health course. He later grew up in Lancaster. He attended a prep school in Derbyshire before he received a scholarship to rugby school in Warwickshire. And at rugby, he excelled, as you might expect, in mathematics, but also classical Greek. That's where he first learned about this thing called the actuarial profession, through a maths master, H.P. Sparling, and also through a family friend, J.B. Dow, who was a secretary of Standard Life at one point and later president of the Faculty of Actuaries. And that's still kind of how it happens for a lot of our students. They learn about actuarial science from their maths teachers at school or from family friends. It's still a little bit of a secret career to many people. Challenge people in the street to define it, and you know that they rarely can. So, moving on, in 1951, age 17, David gained entry to Trinity College, Cambridge, through an exhibition award. But he had a year before he could attend university, so he spent that working for the Scottish Widows Fund in Edinburgh, and that's when he became an actuarial student. So during his time at university, he didn't only study mathematics. In fact, he studied economics and English. I don't know in what order, but he studied a lot of things in Cambridge. And moreover, after university, he joined the RAF to do his national service. That was in 1955. And he'd actually learnt to fly small planes in the University Air Squadron at Cambridge. And so this stood him in good stead to actually train as a pilot in the early years of jet fighters. So he got his wings in the RAF, and he spent the last few months of his 2-year service working in the Air Ministry in London. So then on to his career. So during his career, he's worked at Scottish Widows, Swiss Reinsurance in Zurich, and Standard Life in Edinburgh. At Standard Life, he oversaw the introduction of computers to do annual valuations. Up to that point, they were quennial. They were done every 5 years because they were so laborious. So he introduced computers to do the annual valuations, to calculate bonus allocations, and he envisaged and planned for the implementation of a comprehensive computer-controlled system for all aspects of life policies. And I think that was a bit of a theme of his career. David was a pioneer of bringing in computation to actuarial science. In about 1970, he moved from the computerizing section to become economics research manager, assisting the investment department, and about 1980, he was appointed research actuary. Now, he's had a long association with the continuous mortality investigation. He was appointed to that in 1964. For those of you who don't know, it's a joint committee, or was a joint committee of the Institute of Actuaries and the Faculty of Actuaries when they were separate. And he analyzed the data, contributed to the CMI by life officers, and produced new graduated life tables. Once again, this task was very laborious, but David saw how computers could easily reduce the workload, and he wrote a program to that effect, using the Nelder-Mead simplex method to do the optimization. In 1971, he was appointed to the Joint Investment Committee of the Institute and Faculty, responsible for the FT Actuaries indices, later the FTSE indices. Once again, he readily saw how to write computer programs for the new British government securities indices, including calculating redemption yields on individual bonds and fitting a curve to these redemption yields, again using Nelder-Mead. And these new indices using his computer program started in the Financial Times at the end of 1976. Are they still in there? They're still in there, still going. So in the late 1970s, the Institute and faculty set up a working party to consider maturity guarantees on unit-linked life insurance contracts. It reported in 1980. Its report was significant. And then David, along with Sidney Benjamin, he was a member of this working party. And the work he did as part of the working party, that stimulated his later work on a stochastic investment model, which we know today as the Wilkie model. The academic side of his career in the 1980s, he was seconded part-time from Standard Life to the actuarial department, Actuarial Maths Department at Heriot-Watt, where he lectured 1 day a week. And then in 1985, he joined R. Watson's Consulting Actuaries. That's when he actually moved south to the effete environment of Reigate, as a journalist in the FT put it. And he's been down south ever since. After he retired from Watson's in 1996, he did resume his relationship with Heriot-Watt as a visiting professor, research consultant. He would come to Edinburgh 1 week a month to discuss research and to supervise his PhD students like Şule. That's where I got to know him more, as I was working there at the time. That continued till 2011. He also was and still is the chairman of a small firm that produces actuarial software and consultancy called INQA, spelled I-N-Q-A. He was a member of the AIDS Working Party of the Institute of Actuaries, and his experience in income protection insurance meant he could develop a model for the spread of AIDS for use by life officers in the 1980s. And on the same kind of demographic insurance theme, from 2001, he was a member of the Genetics and Insurance Committee of the UK Department of Health until that was disbanded in 2009. And recently, he developed a simple actuarial model for COVID-19, which he described in a paper with Boda Peñas. So he's known for all kinds of contributions, as Şule has indicated, probably best known for his very many papers relating to what's now known as the Wilkie model, a stochastic model for describing the behavior of investments, also inflation, wages, exchange rates, based on autoregressive modeling, and suitable for long-term modeling, as opposed to the kind of random walk models which were more suitable for short-term modeling. He's written many, many actuarial papers in his own name or jointly. To date, there have been 160, but it continues. I know he's still working on papers at this moment, including a paper with Şule, which I saw recently. So the story continues. And I hope I've given you a sense of all of the many things that David has been involved in a long and productive and truly remarkable career. So, well done, David. I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to invite Kalpana Shah, who's president of the IFoA, to take over from me.
Good morning. My name is Kalpana Shah, and I'm the president of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries. At this event, I have already met distinguished pioneers of the profession who, as an actuary, I may have heard of, but most probably not. My presidential speech in September was focused on cultural change, and that includes a culture of better celebrating, recognizing, and even remembering the thought leaders of our profession, past and present. Change agendas take time, and we have a lot of work to do in this regard. But today, it is my great honor to represent the IFoA as we celebrate David Wilkie's 90th birthday and recognize his extraordinary contribution to actuarial science over many decades. David is one of the world's foremost research actuaries, and his contributions to the profession are vast. He has been recognized with honorary degrees from Heriot-Watt University, Waterloo University, and City University of London, and honorary memberships of the Swiss, Italian, Swedish, and South African actuarial societies. I may be out of date, but there's so much to count. So where did it begin? David qualified as a Fellow of the Faculty of Actuaries in 1959 and a Fellow of the Institute of Actuaries in 1960. Just a few years later, in 1964, David joined the Continuous Mortality Investigations Executive Committee and went on to have a long association with the CMI, making many contributions to mortality, forecasting, and longevity modelling. In a recent article in the Actuary magazine celebrating the CMI's centenary this year, David was recognised as being the longest-serving volunteer. It's impressive to note that he was in his 80s when he stepped down from the CMI Income Protection Committee in June 2021. Whatever profession we find ourselves in, we can all agree that recognition and respect from our peers is important. These are the people who understand the usefulness and practical application of a new model, idea, or concept. It is impressive to be awarded one medal for outstanding work in your career. But over the years, we have had reason to award David with 3. In 1986, he was the second actuary to be awarded the Finlayson Medal, which recognises service to the actuarial profession in fulfilling the responsibilities laid out in our Royal Charter, beyond that which would normally be expected of an ordinary member. At the time, he was described by the Institute's president as a young man with abundant energy and enthusiasm. The fact that we are here today celebrating his long and prestigious career proves that he continues to carry that energy and enthusiasm with him. In 1993, the Faculty of Actuaries awarded David with a gold medal in recognition of his exceptional services to the actuarial profession. These awards are rare, and it was noted at the presentation that during its 137th year history, the faculty had only awarded 3 other gold medals. The faculty president described all the recipients as fellows of truly exceptional distinction, whose names will be long remembered by the members of our profession. Just 2 years later, David did it again, receiving a gold medal from the Institute of Actuaries and becoming the first actuary to receive gold medals from both organisations. Another of David's achievements I do want to draw attention to is the historical database on British government securities, which was constructed and maintained by David and Andrew Cairns, Professor of Mathematics and Statistics at Heriot-Watt University. It began with a grant from the Institute of Actuaries provided to Wilkie and Cairns in the late 1990s, allowing them to employ students to look up old copies of the Financial Times and set up a system capturing monthly quantities from 1964 and prices from 1975 of every gilt issued by the British government up until the present. The data was made available on the Heriot-Watt University website, was kept updated monthly by David for many years. As of this year, curation of the database is being passed to the Historical Data UK repository at the Economic Statistics Centre of Excellence. This open access resource has been invaluable to researchers working on calculations focused on UK government debt, but it doesn't stop there for David, as he and Andrew Cairns will remain as consultants in the dataset's curation and future development. Today's IFoA members continue to benefit from another of David's legacies, the British Actuarial Journal. David helped establish the BAJ, and it continues to be an important way for members to keep up to speed on the latest actuarial papers as they are published. We are delighted that another one of the IFoA's journals, the Annals of Actuarial Science, will be running a special edition in 2025 to celebrate David's career. The edition will feature new research papers on major topics that David has previously written about. For anyone still interested in contributing, the deadline for submissions is September. Before I finish, I would like to say a few thank yous. Firstly, I would like to thank the University of York for arranging today's celebratory conference and for continuing to lead the way in developing the actuaries of the future. The IFoA has an accreditation agreement in place with the university since 2016, and the actuarial science program here is highly respected within the profession. We hope to see more York graduates joining the IFoA in the years ahead and follow David's example of being an active and engaged member throughout their career. I would like to thank those of you who have contributed papers for today's conference. I know the time, effort, and commitment it takes to prepare high-quality papers, and I am looking forward to learning something from you all. One of the joys of being an actuary is that you never stop learning, and I may be president, but I still have a requirement to complete my CPD. And finally, of course, I would like to thank David for a lifetime of commitment to the actuarial profession and for everything that he does for the IFoA over many years. Thank you.
I want to say thanks to Alex and also Kalpana for those amazing detailed and special words. And this morning I had the pleasure of having breakfast with David and Tricia and friends in the Principal Hotel, and I was amazed that both of them said to me, we'll have to go up just before we go to the Guildhall because we're still working on some papers. Yeah, both of them. So they are a dynamic duo, a force to be reckoned with, and 160 papers. Wow, that's just incredible. And it is for this enormous contribution to practice and to the Academy by David Wilkie, particularly to actuarial subjects, especially those relating to what is known as the Wilkie model, that we are delighted that the University of York, agreed by our Vice-Chancellor, Charlie Jeffrey, and the University Senate in January, decided to honour David by awarding you visiting professor status at the University of York. We look forward to working with you and continuing our relationship even more closely in the years to come. And I know Şule and Alex are so keen that you meet our students and spend more time with us in the city and at the university. We would be delighted, and I would be delighted to welcome you to the School for Business and Society more regularly and enjoy breakfast together, like we did this morning at the Principal Hotel. Cooked breakfasts at the Principal Hotel are very good. So I want to say, you know, for your visiting professor status and also for your contribution to practice and to theory, congratulations, David, for now becoming visiting professor at the University of York. We are delighted. Thank you and congratulations. Well done.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you. First, thanks to Şule for doing so much organising of this, and the University of York for sponsoring it all, and to the various sponsors. And thank you all for coming here. It's very nice to see so many, some old friends, some new people whom I haven't met before. I'm sorry that one or two people I'd have liked to be here are for reasons of ill health, not here. David Forfer and Angus McDonald, from both who were at Heriot-Watt University and whom I've worked a lot in the past. Their health doesn't let them come here. Another person who's not here, whom you won't have heard of, is Dougal Goodman, who's from the Foundation of Science and Technology, and with whom, in fact, I had done a bit of work, not published at all, because it was all confidential, on shipping insurance. There was one little foray into general insurance, which was very interesting too. And one of the things that I think we had invented for that was to allow for realistic disaster scenarios, and indeed a ship hitting a bridge and bringing it down, blocking the port, was foreseen. It was one of the possibilities that people had thought of. That was by the way. It's very interesting that this meeting should take place in York. My wife, Patricia, who's been my constant companion for 60 years now, 64 years, say, had done some work on the history of the actuarial profession and published a memorandum about it, quite an interesting one. And in it, she discovered that when the Institute and the Faculty of Actuaries, which were two separate bodies in the past, needed a joint meeting, they had it in York, because it's about equidistant by train from the two capitals, and there was an insurance company here, then called, at that time called General Life, and now called Aviva, and there's somebody here from Aviva, so it's still represented, but that was their good meeting place. So, as Bob Doherty has just said, I've been appointed an honorary visiting professor to the University of York, and I shall hope to be back doing some visiting, which needs to be organised too, and I shall have pleasure possibly of spending a little longer than I have today to have a look around the ancient city, very ancient city. I mean, building something in 1400 is comparatively modern for York. it starts with the Romans and then goes on to Paulinus, who built the first church, got the first church set up, and so on. It's an enormously interesting place. Now, what else am I going to say? You listed the various things that your bodies I've been vice president of, and that made me feel a little bit like the ancient mathematician Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes, who was always known in his day as beta, because he was never he was quite good at a lot of things and never top in anything. But he's still remembered for two things. One, measuring the diameter of the Earth fairly accurately, and two, the sieve of Eratosthenes for discovering prime numbers, which you will all know about. And one of my little hobbies is, which wasn't mentioned, was, it was mentioned, I had studied Greek at school, so I can still read a bit of simple Greek, not serious stuff, but the mathematical Greek is fairly straightforward. The mathematics is not, but that's a different matter. One of the things said, here's a young man, I've forgotten, with various ideas. I'm still the same person. I still have various ideas, but yes, I hope there'll be a future for things. One of the nice things about retiring as a sort of researcher is that you can carry on doing it. If you've got some other profession, as if you're a manager, you've got people to manage, and you don't have that when you're retired. If you're a doctor, you've got patients, and you don't have those. But as a researcher, I've got a computer, and eyes are still good enough to see my computer, and I can do the programming. Actually, I feel that it's really an accident that I've happened to do so many things. Actually, it was in Scottish Widows in 1960 that I started learning computer programming, machine code on the Ferranti Pegasus machine, a very early, enormous computer, but still, for computer scientists, it was a Turing machine in that you could it was able to calculate anything that can be calculated, although very slowly. Nowadays, your smartphone is far more powerful than that, and tiny, but you don't normally have access to programming languages on your smartphone. So I learned how to write write programs, and took out Fortran as a good way of writing mathematical stuff, or COBOL's another one, and there's others. But I then found that various committees I was on, there were things to be done, like graduating mortality rates, and I could see a straightforward computer way of doing it. Indices needed to be produced, and I could see how you wrote the programs. So I think I probably irritated a lot of my fellows on committees by saying, oh yes, I can solve that problem, I just go and write a program for it. And they who weren't programmers yet, let me get on with it. And so it has gone on. If I see a problem and I see a computer solution, well, that's straightforward. And that's about it. No special mathematics around at all, except I look up the books to see what's available in statistics. It was mentioned I joined the CMI committee in 1964. The chairman at that time was Frank Reddington. And so I have actually worked briefly with Reddington. He was just chairman for a couple of years or so. And I've met many other people who've been on the CMI committee over the years, like Bobby Beard, very much involved in general insurance, and lots of others. And one of the papers on graduation I noticed has got an awful lot of references to it. And I was hoping we'd get a photograph with David Forfar, John McCutcheon, and myself, because that paper by Forfar, McCutcheon, and Wilkie on graduation has seemed to have been referred to a lot. But David Forfar, unfortunately, isn't able to be here. Another older actuary who most of you would not have heard of that I'd met once, one long vacation, I went and worked as an actuarial student in companies in Copenhagen. And Paul Johansson, who was very important in Aston for a long time, arranged my trip, and he took me to see J.F. Stephenson. And Stephenson was the first professor of actuarial science to be appointed anywhere in the world, I think, in 1905. I noticed that when I was organizing the 1998 Congress in Birmingham, the IFoA, the Institute and Faculty Conference in Birmingham for the International Association, I looked at 100 years earlier, there had been a conference in London in 1898 and 1998 in Birmingham. And Stephenson had been at that one. And he would have known Thiele, I would guess, another Danish actuary of earlier in the century, so on, so that the history goes on backwards. Thiele was, at least in age, overlapped Gauss. You might have known him. Gauss overlapped Laplace, and so on. And so people are influenced very much by those whom they have learned from. And as Newton said, was talking about dwarves standing on the shoulders of giants. I think it's a pyramid of dwarves, all one after another. I hope to, as was mentioned, produce a little more in the way of writing. The one thing I'd better write up is a paper on, which I have in my head at the moment, on research that I had thought of doing and haven't had time to do, so that will be one of the papers for the journal. These are just suggestions for somebody else to take up. And some of them I could do because I got the data. Others, and Manish Gupta is here, they relate to the FTSE indices. And I don't have the data, but FTSE has. And they would, I think, a couple of ideas. And I'm glad that the bank, Ryland Thomas of the Bank of England, and Ryland was due to be here, but because of ill health in his family, he can't be here today. I'm glad that he has taken over the database of the Harriet Watt database of gilts data. But next thing is to talk with Manish about how we do the same thing for the shares, that type of thing. So that's another paper that the Annals might get. You've been very gracious in appointing me an honorary visiting professor, and I shall certainly think of visiting. That will be organised. I may have said that a few minutes ago, but I better say it again. But a couple of things I shall mention, please. First, I can't see as well as I used to, and I don't recognise people until they're quite close to me, and I can't necessarily read the name badges. So please, if you come and speak to me, even if you know me, please tell me who you are. Some people I recognise well enough. Nobody else has a beard like Rob Thompson, for example, so I'll know who he is. No difficulty. But anybody else, even Andrew Cairns, I didn't recognise when I met him, whom I've known for years and years. Didn't recognise him when I've met him in Edinburgh in the autumn. And the second thing is that having reached a moderately advanced age, I have a habit of dropping off to sleep during the afternoon. I can't. It's not boredom, you just can't help it. So if you do find me not nodding over the talks later on today, it's not because I'm not interested, it's purely the effect of antiquity, which I would rather I didn't have, but that's one of the penalties of living a lot of years. And if you ask for the trick for getting to the age of 90, it's very simple. Make sure you don't die first. But have a wife who looks after you as well, and cajoles and bullies me into doing the right things to keep my health up as well. So thank you to Patricia for her support over the years. Thank you to all of you being here, and thank you to Şule and the University, and Bob and Alex, the University of York. And thank you for the speakers who are all going to tell us more about things after the break and this afternoon. And I look forward to it.
Thank you very much for these amazing speeches. So for those who might need to have a break or have a short nap during the conference, we have a room there, very nice, so you can just go there and take your time. David, it is for you as well. And now we are going to have a slightly early coffee tea break, and we will start again in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to get started on the scientific part of the program. This first session has a mortality, longevity, pensions theme, and we have three extremely eminent speakers, starting with Andrew Cairns, whose name has been mentioned several times already this morning, who's come down from Edinburgh, and he's going to be talking about higher age US mortality by education and cause of death, trends, inequality, and controllable risk factors.
Thank you very much, Alex, for that introduction, and also to Şule for organizing such a fantastic event. What I'll be talking about, I'll start talking about it in just a few minutes, but this is joint work which was funded by the IFoA as part of the Actuarial Research Centre. So that was a big research program. And as part of that research, it was joint work with a postdoctoral researcher, Christian Redondo Lures. Now, before I go on, this is the Wilkie Fest. Let's see if I can get the slides to go forward. Nothing happening. Not sure what's... All right, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I think that should work
yes.
as well.
Yeah. So it's the Wilkie Fest. So the first thing I want to do is to thank David for just being a fantastic friend to me over my research career, the last 30 or so years. And that's with many different hats. So first of all, as a sort of colleague, regularly visiting our department at Heriot-Watt University. But for me and for many other people here today and elsewhere, David has acted as just a brilliant role model and also as a mentor for us young actuaries, as I was a long time ago, developing our careers. So in terms of role model, it's really just things like focusing on practical problems and trying to find a good scientific solution to these real-world problems rather than trying to develop theory for its own sake. David has very much been, throughout his career, has been a great advocate for that approach through his sort of business career. And it's something that I've very much adopted in my own approach to research, even though I'm embedded within a university. And then also as a sort of mentor, which has certainly helped me along in my own career by just making connections with the various people along the way, including in particular making connections with the various groups within the International Actuarial Association and the AFIR group within that. Okay, so getting back to the talk now, so I'm going to be focusing on cause of death mortality. So I'll start off with just a little bit of an introduction. I'll then talk about the data that I've been working with, US data, and then think about all-cause mortality, just by way of, again, introduction, and to think about some of the headlines there. But then moving on to cause of death mortality, and to think about what the controllable risk factors are in cause of death mortality, and then linking to things like cohort effects. And then the second part of the talk will be a couple of vignettes where I'll focus on 2 or 3 different causes of death, just to see what can we learn from those and how can they inform us about what's happening at the all-cause level. So in terms of introduction, so as we all know, death rates have been, just in general terms, over the last decades, have been gradually improving, with some ups and downs, most notably the last 3 or 4 years during the pandemic. But of course now, 4 years on, we're sort of settling back down to some sort of level that was similar to the past. But the big challenge for us as actuaries is to think about what's the trajectory of mortality in the future. So what levels of mortality are we going to have in 2025, 2030, and so on, and looking really quite a long way into the future. And of course, this is all related to the products that we might be looking at, be it pensions or life insurance products. Now, what we're trying to do in terms of looking at historical data is trying to see how the past improvements how can they help us to forecast the future. And a lot of the work that I've done in the past has been looking simply at all-cause mortality. But I certainly also think that now, moving forwards, that now that we have more data, more detailed data, more granular data available to us, that we can use some of that and analyze that historical data at the more granular level, cause of death data, to help us to try to understand what's happened in the past and maybe perhaps give us some better informed trajectories for what might happen in the future. And it's this cause of death mortality that's going to be the focus of this particular talk. So in terms of data, there's a couple of papers that I've written in the past with Christian that focuses on developing this database, and it's now exploiting this database to think about various questions, be it just empirical results, looking at the data, which is, again, the focus of this talk. Other directions are focusing on the modeling these individual causes of death. So the data, as I say, it's US data, it's by sex, education level, which is important for thinking about inequality, and just 2 levels of education, low and high, because there is survey data that backs this, but the questions that are being asked result in a certain amount of inaccuracy in terms of the reporting. And so but these 2 low and high levels of education are reasonably robust. And then single ages, single years from 1989, and then quite a long list of causes of death, 51 causes of death, which I'll just show you on the next slide. And although this is US data, and it's a large population, the types of analysis we're doing here are giving us some insight into what we might be able to do when we get data for other countries. For example, using the human cause of death mortality database as one example, but I have some other data for England and Wales that also is available. So here's the cause of death groupings, and I apologize to David because this is very small font, but this is just by showing you the number of different causes of death that we're looking at, and there's a bit of color coding so that the reds are all of the different cancer types, blues are the cardiovascular diseases, greens are respiratory diseases, and then lots of others besides that. But the key question that you might be asking is that, well, why do we need so many different causes of death here? Why not have one category for cancers, another single category for cardiovascular diseases, and so on? And the answer to that is that what I'm interested in is the underlying drivers. So things like, in particular, risk factors. So is somebody a smoker or not? And in order to be able to get some insight into the link between risk factors and mortality, you need to drill down to these, this much longer list of causes of death. Because within the cancer group, for example, some cancers, like lung cancer, are very heavily influenced by smoking as a risk factor, whereas other cancers have no link at all to the particular cancer. So that's what I'm trying to do, is to look at these individual causes of death and to link them to these risk factors. So we'll have a certain amount of discussion of that. Now, this is just by way of scene setting. So this is a graph showing all-cause mortality at age 75, and then the next slide for age 55. And part of the focus here is just to think about the differences between the low and high educated groups. So for age 75, you can see that there is a sort of gradual downwards trend, but not with some ups and downs. But perhaps the most striking features of this diagram, this figure, is that for both males and females, there's a very big gap between the low and high educated group. I mean, there's no surprise there. We all know that. But it's just here illustrated in a particular way for the low and high educated groups. And of course, you get similar sorts of plots for other socioeconomic groups if you subdivide populations in different ways. But also very striking here is the fact that that gap is wide, but it's also getting wider over time. And so we need to really think, well, why is that? And so I'll be talking a little bit about that as we go along. And then here's the same chart but age 55, and it's a particular US phenomenon, but also present in some other countries, is that for males, both males and females, that there's been really stagnation for a long period of time amongst the low educated group, while the gap is still widening, but so for the high educated group, the things have still been improving. So again, why is that? But of course, it's the stagnation which is causing a lot of US research. There's a lot of head scratching in terms of what's the reason for this, but also what can we do about this? How can we encourage the whole of the population to behave in a more healthy or follow more healthy lifestyles? So just summarizing that, so the mortality improvements have stalled at some ages, significant mortality inequality, inequality gap getting wider. And then the question then is, can cause of death mortality help us to understand these issues? So for example, which causes of death have higher or lower levels of inequality? And then is that, for a particular cause of death, is that inequality widening or perhaps narrowing? And is it contributing to the stagnation in certain subgroups? So this brings me on to one of my main themes of my research, is to think about different types of risk factors. So a risk factor is something, for a particular cause of death, it's a characteristic of you or for a group of people in terms of causing you to have higher mortality than the baseline mortality for people that don't have a particular risk factor. So think of smoking and lung cancer as a more extreme example. Smoking is the risk factor, and then there's a relative risk that, which is very high, that if you are a smoker, then your chances of dying from lung cancer is maybe as much as 20 times higher than dying from lung cancer if you're a non-smoker. So that's the idea of a risk factor. And the way I think about risk factors is that they can be subdivided into three groups. So first of all, we have the sort of important ones in my mind, which are the controllable risk factors. So these are factors that you and I, it's within our individual control to sort of follow that particular behavior. So smoking, diet, alcohol consumption. These are things that you can make decisions on whether you do or do not want to do that. The second type of risk factor in the middle is so-called preventable risk factors. So these are ones which are not so easily controlled by the individual, but are preventable through other means. So the most obvious one in my mind is vaccination against the human papillomavirus, where a mass program of vaccination amongst teenagers is the way to help prevent them becoming infected with this virus, and then in later life that gives rise to certain cancers and perhaps some other diseases. And then lastly, we have non-preventable risk factors. So these are things like genetic or racial factors, but then also a psychological characteristic called conscientiousness, which if time permits, I'll come back to towards the end. But that conscientious people are better at living longer than people that are not conscientious. Now, this diagram sort of illustrates how I think of things from a more mathematical or statistical point of view. So we've got a certain number of causes of death and the rates of death from these different causes. And in the top row, you've got certain risk factors that might contribute to that cause of death, but then each risk factor has, in the middle, a relative risk. So it's the combination of the prevalence of a risk factor. So this is maybe thinking about it at the group level. So what is the prevalence of that risk factor within a particular subgroup? And then that gets multiplied up by the relative risk, the relative to the baseline mortality. And then that gives you the death rate from that particular cause. And of course, each cause has different risk factors, different relative risks, and indeed the relative risks might also be very much age dependent as well, which is something in the medical literature is something that's often overlooked. Now, I'm also interested in inequality, and so when I observe inequality, we have to think about in the context of that diagram, what gives rise to inequality. It's two things. So first of all there's some significant disparities in the prevalence of key risk factors. So within the lower educated group, there will be much higher levels of smoking compared to a high educated group. But then also that gets combined with a high relative risk. So it's the combination of the two that leads to higher levels of inequality. And then perhaps more so in the US than in some other countries, there's a third reason for inequality in death rates, and that's due to the access to good quality healthcare. So in a private healthcare system, it's just more difficult to be able to afford, if you're low educated, you may not have the money to get good healthcare. But it's the first two, the prevalence of risk factors, and it's the relative risks that both contribute mainly to these big inequalities. Now, what I'm talking about today, it's part of just a little bit of a much longer paper, which is in the Society of Actuaries Living to 100 Symposium. And today I'm just going to focus more on lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And the reason for that is that both of those have very strong links to smoking as a risk factor and to a much lesser extent any other risk factor. And then the other one, again, time permitting, I'll talk about road and other accidental deaths and that link there to physical frailty. Now, something else that I'm doing here is, in this work, is I've got a very big database from this data, but it also leads to a massive number of different ways of plotting data, so I end up with hundreds of plots, and I have to sort of filter through all of these and just to try to extract all of the little nuggets of information. So what can I learn from plotting data in different ways that gives me more insights? So we're thinking about smoking now as smoking as a risk factor. So this is focusing on lung cancer and COPD. So they, as I say, they've both got smoking as a single very strong risk factor. Lung cancer and COPD, neither of these can have something that you could really call a cure, but over time, treatments are being developed and so on that can help you to live a little bit longer, but still in a poor state of health. But that disease will, or something similar, will eventually get you. Now, the issue for me when I look at the medical literature is that to a large extent there's no consensus on the relative risks. We know that smoking is a very, very significant risk factor, but if you want to measure the relative risks, if you look at one paper, the relative risk is 10. Another paper might say that the relative risk is 20 or 25. And so it's difficult to use that in any sort of accurate way, whereas what I try to do in my work is to just focus on what I think of as being more reliable cause of death data and make inferences about what the relative risks might be, as well as looking at other things. The other issue in terms of survey data is that the relative risk and the impact of smoking it's not just are you a smoker or not. It's more that there's the prevalence, but there's also smoking intensity, so how many cigarettes do you smoke? And it's also the duration, so really it's the cumulative impact of smoking as much as the fact, are you a smoker or not? And of course, some of these factors change over time in a way that maybe doesn't get reflected in either survey data or in the medical studies in terms of relative risks. So we want to think about what the different plots are going to tell us. And so here's the first chart that's plotting the data in a sort of more obvious way. So looking at death rates on the top row, death rates by year. And it's death rates on a log scale. Within this, both sets of charts, the gray horizontal lines are just to help you to get a measure of the differences. So from one gray line to the next gray line up, there's a factor of 2 on this logarithmic scale. So of course, what you can see is, in general terms, high levels of inequality between the high and low educated, but it also allows you to gauge the trend over time. Now, through time, what we're also seeing is different trajectories for males and females and low and high educated, and the main factor that's underlying these trends is not medical improvements, but it's more to do with the underlying prevalence of smoking within a particular subgroup of the population. So for males, in that top left chart, steady, somewhat downwards trend, which is really saying that for the older cohorts, smoking levels were high, and that's gradually been declining. Whereas an interesting one, alternative, is for the females in the top right, where the two lines, the low and high educated groups, start off about the same level, and that's an indication that in the older cohorts that there was no information about the fact that smoking is bad for you, and so it was relatively similar levels of prevalence in the high and low educated groups. But over time, low educated females, more of them have become smokers, and that's why you see an upwards trajectory. And then the lower pair of plots are just showing the, on the x-axis we've got age, so this is for 2015, just by way of example, and again this more clearly illustrates the gap between the high, a very big gap between the high and low educated. And so that's an indication of a big difference in the smoking prevalence and in combination with a high relative risk for smoking as a risk factor. So that's lung cancer, and for COPD, very similar pictures. So the general trajectories are roughly the same, with some small differences that I'll talk a bit more about. But for example, with the females aged 75, again, quite tight at in the 1990, and then gradually widening, showing that a gap in the prevalence of smoking between the widening gap in the smoking prevalence. But then also, if you look at the lower charts, the sort of shape, the age profile of the, this particular cause of death is, I mean, it's on an upwards trend, but the shape is rather different from the lung cancer. So in this case, it's slightly curved, but closer to linear, whereas if we go back to lung cancer, there's much more of a curved shape to that. And that's a typical shape that we see in other countries as well. So just the initial takeaway from these standard plots is that most lung cancer, most COPD deaths, these are due to smoking. And then in terms of age profile, lung cancer is different from COPD. And this possibly reflects greater heterogeneity in relative risks for the smokers and ex-smokers, for example, because of course that's part of the equation as well. Maybe there's, well, certainly there are different medical and biological mechanisms that are causing deaths from one and the other. And then in terms of the time trend, we see a significantly widening gap, and that for females born early in the 20th century, we had a narrow gap becoming much wider. I'm now going to sort of plot the data in different ways. So these are some heat maps, and in this first chart, I'm looking at the ratio of the death rate in the low-educated group divided by the death rate in the high-educated group. And this particular chart is looking at females, and on the left it's lung cancer, on the right it's COPD. And what you can see in this chart is a very strong diagonal structure with a few wrinkles, but the main feature is this diagonal structure, and that's really related to a sort of cohort type of effect, which is, in turn is reflecting the changes in prevalence in the different cohorts. So the fact that it's green in the top left is saying for the females is that there was almost parity in terms of smoking prevalence between the low and high educated, but then it moves to the much more yellow and orange colors in the bottom right, so that for both charts, and that's clearly an indication, but expressed in a different way, about the fact that it's the changing prevalence that's the driving feature in this, these two populations. Next, it's another heat map, but we're looking at lung cancer as and the death rate from lung cancer as a percentage of the all-cause death rate. So what we're thinking about here is, how big is this disease, but also how important is it over time, and which ages are most affected. So if you take a vertical slice here, what this is really reflecting is this curved age profile. So that's different. The shape of that curve is different from all-cause mortality. And then, more interestingly, is the horizontal path. So if you look at age 60, where you have the highest percentages, it's flattish on the left, but then it sort of moves towards the warmer colors, and that's an indication that over time, smoking prevalence in particular is falling, and that's meaning that lung cancer is becoming less important. So again, it's a similar conclusion, but illustrated in a different way. This one is looking at lung cancer versus COPD, and what we're seeing here is, again, so the vertical slice is again just reflecting the differences in the age profile, but it starts off fairly horizontal on the left, but then after about 2000 or thereabouts, or 2005, the gradient starts to change a little bit. And this is, again, it's an indication of the relative improvements in the treatment of one disease versus the other. And in particular, the takeaway from this is that advances in the treatment of lung cancer have outpaced any advances in COPD to the extent of, over the whole 30-year period, it's about a 2% improvement rate relative for lung cancer relative to COPD. It's not telling us about the absolute improvement rates, but it's one disease relative to another. So I'll just finish with some comments on accidental deaths. So here is plotting the data again in a different way. It's now looking at road and accidents as a percentage of all-cause deaths, but excluding external causes. So it's really natural deaths that we're comparing accidental deaths with. And the striking thing from this chart, it's all four groups in the same chart. The striking thing is here that on the right-hand side of each plot for 2000 and 2015, that each line becomes fairly horizontal. And that's an indication that in terms of accidental deaths, that there's some connection between, as you might expect, some connection between your underlying physical frailty and whether you have an accident that leads to your untimely demise. And that's something that's fairly persistent through time, although on the right-hand side, the later year, what we have to think about is why that leveling off is at maybe a slightly higher level compared to 2000. So again, there's a story to tell here, and one possible explanation is that as we go through time and there are medical advances, that the doctors are better able at keeping us alive in a state of frail health. And so you've got a lot more frail people, but then that leads to a greater percentage of people who die from accidents. So it's one of the challenges for us, all of us in the future, is to think about how can we narrow the gap between healthy life expectancy and life expectancy, rather than what we see at the moment is this widening gap. So just to summarize, so there's further insight in the paper itself. The data gives us a lot of insight into the considerable levels of inequality across all, almost all causes of death. I mean, there's very few causes of death where you do not see inequality. But where you see the greatest inequalities, and this is my main takeaway, is that it's this link to controllable risk factors rather than preventable and non-preventable risk factors, but also in combination with large relative risks. And that allows us to get considerable direct and indirect insights into how things are changing over time. And then in due course, sort of work still to do is to think about how that informs us about what might happen in the future. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. We do want to take maybe one or two questions. In view of our packed timetable, I would ask you to be somewhat succinct in your questioning, but we will take a question and see how it goes. There is a microphone, I believe.
But there's a good acoustic in this room, so...
Sorry, first time I saw this here.
To what extent do you think the differences in the inequality are because people are moving from one cohort to another, there may be more or fewer?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So, by way of background, of course, with the course of time, there's a general shift from low-educated to high-educated. So the proportions have been declining, and that will contribute a little bit. So the jury's still out in terms of how much of that. I mean, I think it's a small component, but it's difficult to say exactly how small or how big it might be, but it's certainly something that I scratch my head about over time. Yeah.
Thank you. You spent quite a lot of time looking at smoking. Is there any equivalent information about vaping?
Again, a very good question. No, not at the moment. I mean, I think one of the things I need to do there is to look at survey data. I mean, as I mentioned before, I mean, I'm not a big fan of survey data because each survey is different from earlier years, and they maybe don't exactly ask the questions that I would like them to ask. But it's certainly over recent years there will be more survey data coming out in terms of vaping. I mean, I'll certainly be interested to get other people's insights, but at the moment I don't have a good answer to that particular question, except that it may well be that vaping is bad for you, but it affects you in different ways than smoking does in terms of being a more lung cancer and COPD. There will be probably other diseases that you have increased risks, but time will tell in terms of what they are.
One final question.
Trying to get an idea of the difference in mortality between wealthier lives and the rest of the lives is to compare population mortality and insured lives mortality. Have you made that comparison here?
No, I haven't looked at those particular data sets, but I mean, there will be the same themes that are underlying that. I mean, I also look at other measures of inequality, such as deprivation and so on. But I've spent less time focusing on insured lives data sets. But there are other people like the CMI who do spend a lot of time looking at them. But the challenges there are that the underlying populations themselves, I mean, like the ones that I'm looking at here, is that they will also change through time. In CMI, people will be able to comment more in terms of the changing demographics of those groups. But you will certainly see similar pictures. But equally, in terms of what I'm doing here, the insured lives data won't always have that level of detail in terms of cause of death. Whereas you will obviously have the data in terms of all-cause mortality.
Great. Well, let's thank Andrew again. Okay, so now moving on to the first of two speakers who've come all the way from Canada. So first up, it's Mary Hardy from the University of Waterloo, who's going to talk about fairness and sustainability of target benefit pension plans. After you've been speaking for about 25 minutes, I'll hold up 5 fingers.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, Şule, for the invitation, and thank you, David, for all the things that you've done for me over many years. David knows, I hope, how important he's been in my academic career. This is a picture of David at the University of Waterloo ceremony for his honorary doctorate in 2002. I think pink suits you. The talk that I'm going to give is about pensions, and David is not one of the things listed on the list of the main areas that David's published in, but he has published in pensions, of course, in particular looking at financial mathematical interpretations of pensions. But for me, what David has provided is a really great example of an academic who's interested in everything, supportive of everyone, is always willing to give you some more references, some more a different perspective on what you're doing, and it's just always valuable to talk to him about anything you're interested in, even if it's not his area. Where I am overlapping with David's work is that I continue to return to the Wilkie model when I want to answer or just experiment with ideas that need an economic scenario generator. Let's see if I can work this. Okay. So I'm going to talk about pensions. And this is some part of a very long project that I have been working on with David Saunders, who's a colleague at Waterloo, and Mike Zhu, who was our graduate student and is now at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So my outline, so Canada's kind of interesting in that DB is not quite dying at the same rate. Defined benefit pensions are not dying at the same rate as they're dying elsewhere. So we're still interested in looking at defined benefit pensions and in how we can move forward with something that provides what pensions should provide. And the question is, what is that? So just in case there's anybody here who needs to know this, by defined benefit, I mean a traditional defined benefit plan, which conventionally, traditionally was a final average salary plan with an accrual rate, service salary definition of the benefit. And really the only, conventionally, the only control variable you have is the contribution rate, as compared with the defined contributions where the contribution is defined and what varies is how much pension that provides. So this is here's some figures based on US published data. This is the average, it's the aggregate pension contribution divided by the number of pension plan members divided by the median income. So this is sort of a contribution rate graph. And you will see the blue line is the DB data and the orange line is the DC data. And you will see that, in fact, DB pensions are not necessarily more expensive than DC pensions over this period. They cost more or less the same amount. What the reason for the death of the DB, I mean, everyone was pretty happy with DB pension plans when I was first a pension actuary in the late 1980s, or sorry, early 1980s, and then the late 1980s, 1990s, there were contribution holidays galore. So why are DB pensions now considered unaffordable? It's because they have been unaffordable for the last few years. It's the volatility of the contributions, looking at it over a long period, rather than the level that is the problem. Whereas for DC, well, what's the problem with DC? The problem with DC is we're putting so much, we're not pooling efficiently, and we're putting so much responsibility on individuals. And there, to some element, there's just so much luck involved. So what this graph shows is if an individual whose salary rose at the same level as median incomes in the US, worked for 30 years and paid 8.5% of their pay, and then annuitized their DC plan proceeds at age 65, this is the replacement rate that they would achieve. And so if they did exactly the same. They earned the same salary, they just retired at different times. And the contribution rate was calculated to target a 60% replacement rate. And instead, if they retired in 2001, they received 115% replacement rate. So a windfall pension, but any time since the financial crisis, and they've not even been close to their target replacement rate. So it's not providing what retirees need in terms of adequate guaranteed income. So then we thought, well, what if these are unacceptable? What is it that the pension is supposed to be providing? What are the characteristics that we think a good plan design should meet? And we came up with these 5. It should be affordable, meaning that the maximum or the average contribution rate should not be unacceptable, and it should be limited maybe at the high end. It should be sustainable, by which we mean that the contribution rates cannot be jumping to 50% of pay because no one's going to pay that. It should be efficient in the sense that you're putting too much in at some points if people are getting 120% replacement rates. You're putting too much in if employers are taking contribution holidays. It's an inefficient use of capital. It should provide adequate pensions. The whole point of the pension plan is to allow people to transition into retirement in a reasonably comfortable manner. And ideally, it should be fair. There should not be too many winners and losers. In the defined contribution graph, the people retiring in 2001 were winners, the people retiring in 2010 were losers, but there's other ways in pensions that we have winners and losers. So for quite a long time now, the actuarial profession, recognizing that traditional DB is not working, traditional DC is not necessarily the answer, have been looking at a range of hybrids that are that encompass an enormous range of designs. And target benefit is kind of the global name for these. And the range of target benefits plans goes from a sort of a defined contribution, but with some equalization reserve. So you take some of the money away from the people who were really, really lucky, and you save that for the people who are really, really unlucky. At the other end, we have adjustable DB plans, which look a lot like DB plans, but instead of simply having one control variable, just putting more and more contributions in, perhaps we have more control variables, for example, adjusting benefits. And these are also called other things in other places. So what we did was, one of the things we did was we wanted to look at these target benefit plans in the context of those criteria for pension plans and decide whether in particular, the adjustable DB target benefit plan met those criteria better than a DB plan. One of the, can I just go back? See if I'm going forward, sorry, back. So we have these numerical experiments. We're going to use David's model just to run these experiments, just to see what direction we should look at next. We have a going concern pension plan, a model pension plan, which demographics are broadly based on my employer because I had access to those demographics. And it is a plan for all of the employees of the University of Waterloo. So it's a mixture of professors, support staff, and the blue-collar janitorial staff. And what else do I need to know? So my employer provides a very traditional final average salary pension plan, which I am now enjoying very happily. And we're going to compare that with a pension plan that is very similar, but does allow for adjustment when things go wrong of the benefits as well as contributions. So this is what our plan looks like. The broad details, it's a final average salary plan with a 1.8% accrual rate. Cost of living is funded up to 3%. That's very common in Canada. But if the plan winds up, there's no cost of living adjustment after that. The valuations are done on two bases. There's a projected unit credit funding valuation and a traditional unit credit solvency valuation. So the differences are not that critical here. We're assuming, because we want to look at the impact on employees, that all contributions come from the employee's salary. That's clearly not true, but it makes it easier for us to assess. So in some sense, it's true because maybe if the employer didn't have to pay the money into the pension plan, they would give it as salary. And we've just assumed a 60% investment in stocks and 40% in long bonds. And the normal contribution rate for this plan turns out to be about 18.5%, which is actually pretty close to the normal contribution rate for the University of Waterloo plan. We have to make certain decisions for a DB plan. If the assets over liabilities on a funding basis are more than 120%, then the employees pay less contribution. If the assets liabilities on a solvency basis are less than 100%, then the contributions are increased. We've put a cap on the contribution rates because otherwise they go crazy. What we've allowed for that many assessments of DB plans don't allow for is the fact that the plan could default, and that's happened a fair amount in Canada. And so even though many actuaries are still specify that the final average salary DB plan is the gold standard and we'd like to return to it, they really aren't considering the impact when the plan goes into default. And we have pensioners who's in Canada whose pensions were reduced by 50% because their plans went bankrupt. And it's very difficult when you're 80 years old to try and make that income up. We assume that once a plan is wound up, it's over. There's some kind of bulk buyout with all benefits, accrued benefits reduced pro rata. And the target benefit plan we're going to look at looks exactly the same, except there's a sharing of deficit if the solvency A over L, assets over liabilities, is less than 100%, and there's a sharing of surplus if the funding assets over liabilities is greater than 120%. And how we worked out this strategy was we looked at a very stylized pension plan. We did some theory, we did some optimization based not on utility, but on smoothness of income for the plan members and how close the outcome came to their target. And so that led us to certain conclusions, including that an optimal strategy is a linear risk-sharing approach that looks something like this. And again, it's not critical to understand the details, but we share surplus or deficit with these parameters alpha and beta. Alpha is the share for the workers, and beta is the share for the retirees. And the ratio of alpha over beta stays at the ratio of the salaries to benefits. And also alpha, 1 over alpha plus beta determines how long the surplus or deficit is scheduled to be shared for or recovered over. So it looks like this. So the actives, the workers, play a total contribution rate, which is their normal contribution rate, plus a share of the deficit. Share is determined by that alpha parameter. And the retirees receive the benefits, their defined benefits multiplied by this adjustment factor, which is, in a case of deficit, is less than 1. It's 1 minus beta over the benefits, a factor, a proportion of the deficit. And so the surplus is shared similarly. And so I'm first going to just run through some graphs of how this turns out when we throw simulations at it. The dark lines are quantiles, 5%, 25%, 50%, median, 25%, 75%, 95%. And behind that are just 30 simulations. We actually did, most of these are based on 1,000 or 3,000 simulations. Just show 30 paths to show what they look like. And this is the defined benefit. And you can see for 3 of these paths, the fund was wound up. If it's wound up, we just sent the asset over liability to 0 for the rest of the projection. And so for 3 of these 30, the fund was wound up. The target benefit plan, exactly the same economic scenarios. So the only difference here is how are we determining the contributions and benefits. And for the same 30 scenarios, none of them wound up. And actually, you can tell really you've got more control. Because you've got 2 control variables, not 1, your quantiles are a bit closer together. So that's the assets over liabilities. What if we look at contribution rates? Remember, we capped the DB contribution rate at 30%, hence that top line. Even starting at sort of 2018 starting values, we're still simulating quite a lot of contribution rate holidays for this, but also a lot of very high contributions. Same quantiles, the dotted line is the mean. If we take off the cap, you're getting these crazy occasional, well, not that occasional, total contribution rates going up to 40, 45%. The TB does not have a cap, so the contribution rates do go over 30%. But the cap's not so necessary because they're not so crazy. Because we're not putting everything on the contributions, we're allowing the benefits also to change. So if the benefits are going to change, maybe that's really bad for the members. What happens to their income path? So this is the real inflation-adjusted income path for someone who joins the DB plan at age 45. We didn't actually use the Wilkie salary module. So salaries are actually just inflation plus a couple of %, which is why if things go well, these people don't have to pay any contributions and their salaries are just going up by 2%. If things go badly, they have to pay lots of contributions, but their contributions are capped at 30%. So that's why you've got these parallel lines when they're in work. Then they retire and things go very well for them over here if the plan doesn't and they lost either all or most of their, or all or a substantial amount of their income. Same simulations for the TB, we had 2 failures and a lot more uncertainty in the income paths. Okay, so that's just a picture of how things turned out. But what we want to do is look at some metrics that will relate back to those criteria, those 5 criteria. So we've looked at 3 things here. I'm going to show you 3 things here. One is, what is the probability that the plan defaults? So that relates to the sustainability of the plan, the adequacy of the plan, because if the plan defaults, it's not meeting its requirement to provide an adequate pension, and the efficiency, because if you've paid lots of money into a plan and it defaults, that's not very efficient, and also fairness, because the default creates unfairness. We've looked at the average total contribution rate, which relates to affordability, and we've looked at income stability. I'll come to that in a minute, which looks at the adequacy, particularly in the stability, how reliable is your income in the future. I'll show you how we created that metric in a bit. And what we've done also is we've looked at a range of equity investments. So if we first look at the wind-up risk by different equity weightings, so if there's no equity investment, the wind-up risk is, well, everything up to about 40%, there's no difference between these plans. The wind-up risk is very small. It's a little higher if you have no equities, just because you need that equity risk premium. But the defined benefit at 60%, which is sort of a common target in Canada, the defined benefit has a significantly higher wind-up probability than the target benefit does. What about the total contribution rate? The average total contribution rate over a 30-year projection at the 60% equity weighting is pretty similar. So these cost on average about the same amount. The affordability is very close. But what about income stability? So that it relates to a lot of things that we want a pension plan to look like. So what we looked at is the squared disparity of the target income in retirement, or target income before and through retirement, and the actual income. So the target income before retirement is salary minus the normal contribution. That's what you expect to have to pay. If you have to pay more than that, you're unlucky. And the target income after retirement is the defined benefit pension that we promised. And that will go down if, in the target benefit, if it has to be adjusted. It will only go down in the defined benefit if the plan winds up. So higher in this is actually income, isn't actually an income instability measure. Lower values are better. Lower values say we got closer. We have, unlike some other work, we've treated positive and negative disparities the same. So if a person got more income than expected, we've treated that as just as unreasonable as if they got less, because it's inefficient and it leads to unfairness. We don't provide pension plans to provide windfall income. We provide pension plans to provide a target income. So here's some. So for the 30-year-olds, the whole 30-year projection for these guys is in their working life. So they're actually obviously going to do better in target benefit, because under the defined benefit, they are taking all of the risk because it's contribution. Under target benefit, they're sharing the risk with retirees. If we move to age 50, and the retirement age here is 65, so a 30-year projection for the 50-year-olds is half of the projection is in work and half of it's in retirement. And they're pretty indifferent in terms of that income stability. And if we go to age 60, whose most of the projection is in retirement, they will do better under DB, even though default's taken into consideration. So from our perspective, the stability numbers for age 60 and 70 relate more to the fairness of transitioning perhaps from a DB to a target benefit plan than creating a target benefit plan, because people aren't going to only participate in this from age 60, except possibly at a transition point. So if we look at the whole picture here, comparing the defined benefit with the target benefit, we find that on affordability, average costs, they're pretty similar. We find that on sustainability, the target benefit with a lower default risk has some advantages over defined benefit. On efficiency, in terms of the stability of income, we look at it over a whole range, and in terms of surplus and deficit management, the target benefit, should be target benefit, not IRS, has some advantages over DB. Under adequacy, the target benefit has some advantages. Well, the target benefit and defined benefit have similar advantages and disadvantages. The default risk is pulling that adequacy down for the defined benefit. We haven't really looked at fairness, and there's so many different aspects of fairness, and if I have time, how much time do I have, Alex? Okay, so I'll just touch on fairness. So one aspect of fairness that we wanted to look at, which is relevant for the University Waterloo plan, is the blue-collar versus white-collar issue. And so we had a quick look at that. So if the blue-collar employees, and so we divided our employees into non-salaried, who have identical demographics to the white-collar, but they have a much flatter salary scale. So from age 30, they're only getting inflationary wage increases, not the inflation plus 2%. And if we compare, so these are the results comparing the defined benefit, salaried, non-salaried. The default rate for the non-salaried, if it was a full non-salary plan, is a lot lower because salary risk is a huge risk, and we've reduced that for the non-salaried plan. And the contribution rate is cheaper also because a flat salary requires less contribution than a steeply increasing salary. And when we look at the target benefit plans, we have a very similar issue. We haven't solved the fairness issue in this context by going from DB to TB. We still have large discrepancies between the cost to the salaried and non-salaried. In the University Waterloo plan, everyone pays the same contribution rate, everyone gets the same benefit, more or less. If we actually allow for longevity difference, that is what Andrew was talking about, that the non-salaried employees tend to have lower longevity, they live less time in retirement than the salaried workers, then the differences are even more apparent, and the TB does not solve that. What can solve it is moving to career average or career average revalued plans. So the three conclusions from this, the bigger work that I've just touched on here. One is that the theoretical work that looked like it might be quite useless, because that was behind our risk sharing, actually turned out to be quite useful. It was a very, very stylized plan, one person at each age, very, very simple assumptions, and then we did some optimization. And this is the sort of thing that lots of journals like publishing, but it doesn't look very useful. But it turned out that it was useful because it pointed us to the fact that you could theoretically justify a linear risk sharing strategy. And it also told us that you needed some limitations or else things were going to go crazy. So the theory was actually quite useful. We found that the target benefit, that you can keep a lot of the advantage features of the defined benefit plan and create a much more sustainable plan. It's not necessary to throw the whole thing away. But we also concluded that we haven't solved a lot of the fairness issues. We did do some experiments with career average revalued earnings, which makes quite a big difference if you combine that with the adjustable benefits. And then there's some more work that we're doing and lots more questions around this. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, so time for questions again. We have a microphone.
an early end.
David, thank you.
I don't think in all that, Mary, you mentioned tax. But I mean, the American and Canadian tax are a bit different from in Britain. But if I remember rightly, during the sort of late 80s or 90s, what then being called in revenue people in Britain were worried about companies putting too much money into pension funds because they got some tax relief on it.
Yes.
And so they, if companies were in surplus at all, or more than a very little in surplus,
Correct.
they were very heavily penalized by the tax people.
Correct.
Therefore, it was worthwhile changing to a target of being underfunded all the time.
Correct.
Being overfunded was disaster. Being underfunded was all right. You could always hope to make it up later. And so companies, I think, intentionally paid too little in or had holidays. And then when things went wrong, they found themselves underfunded by too much.
Yes.
And tax affects this whole thing enormously.
It's exactly correct. And experience tells the regulators that they have to keep moving those tax thresholds. So I think at one point they were as low as 5% funding. You started to have to pay tax. In Canada, it went up to 15. It's not enough. It's still not enough. We've seen by that volatility. Nobody's been too worried about that because nobody's been in surplus for so long. The pension plans everywhere, the defined benefit plans everywhere are in deficit. But I think that there was a recognition. But obviously that is why you have to distribute the surplus at some point. Also just so that the surplus doesn't go crazy, it's inefficient. And in our plans, we're distributing the surplus over quite a short time, and that the underlying reason is to avoid that tax. And also to give the surplus to the people who contribute to it. If you distribute it over too long, you're giving surplus in a different way. But there's sort of interesting game theory aspects of this as well.
Okay, I think we'll take one more question. I saw Kathy's hand first.
Thank you for your presentation, Mary. This is a quick question. CAT has taken off in Canada as very attractive for many pension funds to jump on board. Can you comment briefly?
So
CAT.
CA.
It's what you call it? It's an organization, and it has been pension funds have been joining. Lots of different pension funds, maybe small employers, right, have been joining, and they put the assets together.
Yeah, so CAT, there's two ways of doing that. One is the management of the assets, simply just managing the assets, and the other is creating jointly sponsored pension plans, which is a way. There's some belief that. Wrongly, I think that you diversify away your risk if you join plans together, and that's not exactly what's going to happen because it's not really diversifiable risk. But they are, so on the investment front, they get to use more, they get some economies of scale, and they get economy, and they get access to expertise, and they also take the politics of the investment away from the individual employers or individual pension plan trustee and management systems. But it's a short-term issue, and it's not really looking at the benefit design itself, which is what I think needs to change.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're going to have to move on in the interest of getting to lunch more or less on time. So thank you very much again, Mary.
We will continue. Before we move on to our next session, I would like to introduce you Malcolm Kemp from IFoA section of the International Actuarial Association, and they are one of our sponsors. So he would like to say a few words about David.
Thank you very much indeed. I can't see David. Just at this very minute. But I did want to just share one or two things. So along with all of the other illustrious roles that David has, he's also the honorary chair of the AFIA ERM section of the IAA. So if you're not familiar with this section, it was set up in 1988. Stands for Actuarial Approach to Financial Risk, or at least the French version of that, and it included ERM a few years later. And it's an organization which you can join as individuals, great opportunities to go off to conferences all over the place. The next one is in Brussels in September 2024, and they have other ones in Brazil and Tokyo 25-26. I think I first met David in the 1990s as a member of a committee at the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, but I rapidly also met him at one of these AFIA ERM colloquia. David is also a leading light in some of the research work that the AFIA ERM are doing. There are one or two other people here who are also on those research streams, particularly, as you might have guessed, the COVID-19 stream. So I do want to thank him on behalf of the AFIA ERM board for all the amazing stuff that he's done over the years. I want to thank him particularly for challenging me earlier on when it came to some of his economic modelling. I was looking back at my own papers, and I did have one published in 2000 on pricing derivatives under the Wilkie model, which of course would not have been possible if there was no Wilkie model. So I'm hoping that we're going to have a great time on economic scenario generators shortly, but thank you again, David, for all your research contributions.
Thank you, Malcolm. So you have heard of the Wilkie model a few times today. So David Wilkie is primarily known for his stochastic economic model, also known as the Wilkie model, and it was introduced in 1984 for the first time, but then it was extended and updated in 1995. And particularly the second paper in 1995, more on a stochastic asset model for actuarial use, published in the British Actuarial Journal, and it provides every detail on how to construct and calibrate an economic scenario generator and how to use it for forecasting future economic variables. David revisited, extended, and updated the Wilkie model further in a series of 8 papers published in the Annals of Actuarial Science from 2010 to 2018, and I had the honor to be his co-author in this paper series. With these research papers spanning over the last 40 years, David is rightfully acknowledged as the godfather of economic scenario generators. So in the second paper we mentioned, which was published in 1995, it is, I think, 188 pages long, and it includes some appendices and discussion part. And in that discussion part, one of the contributors was Andrew Smith, and he will be our first speaker today. So Andrew Smith, he's an internationally renowned actuary who specializes in the application of advanced mathematical and statistical methods to solve problems in the financial services industry. He is currently an assistant professor in the School of Mathematics and Statistics at University College Dublin. Now, please welcome Andrew Smith.
Thank you, Şule. I was delighted earlier when you said that if we felt like having a rest after lunch, we could go and sleep in the room there. And then I realized that was actually my session, so I won't take you up on that. I'm very grateful for the invitation here. I think this is probably the most distinguished audience I have ever addressed in my life. So I'm honoured and humbled to be here. Thank you very much. I also realise I may have made a faux pas in that my first slide does not contain a picture of David. So apologies for that. But it does contain some things on scenario generators, including some references to work that David has done. And what I'm going to describe is work that is ongoing as a member of Institute of Actuaries Working Party, the Extreme Events Working Party. My colleague Stuart Jarvis is sat there and one of my co-authors. And we'll see how we go. I spent last night removing formulas, so I hope that's to your liking. So here is 150 years of UK equity history, and an economic scenario generator is a software tool where you press a button and it gives you another 150 years, and you press a button and it gives you another 150 years, and you can press the button as many times as you want, and you can then make some inference about the probability of this happening or that happening. And as we all know, David's work has been really seminal in setting up economic scenario generators, and everybody who works in the area has built on David's work. So like David, I spent some of my career in consulting. And very often your use of scenario generators is the top row here, which I can't read on the screen, so forgive me standing sideways. You start off with a client who has a complicated problem. And their complicated problem might be they've got a pension scheme and they're trying to work out if they can afford to give discretionary benefit improvements or work out what contribution they've got to pay. Or it might be a with-profit fund and they're working out investment strategy and bonus rates. And in order to answer your questions, you need to look at future scenarios. And so you have to pick an economic scenario generator, and you pick the very best one you can, and sometimes that very best one, as Mary Hardy has said, would be David Wilkie's model or some other models. And then out of it, you're trying to get some information about your complicated actuarial structure. So what I'm doing is the reverse. I'm saying I'm going to use simplified business structures to say something about comparing different models. And that's not something that is so often done because it's a lot of work to get a model up and running. And so how do you compare more than one model, especially when they're complicated? How can you meaningfully talk about the differences? And so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you two economic scenario generators, and they're both quite simple. One of them is the Maturity Guarantees Working Party with a slight tweak, which David was involved in more than 40 years ago. The second one is a geometric random walk, which is a sort of default finance modelling way of modelling scenarios. And I've got two stylized structures. My first structure is an insurance company who's offered a performance guarantee on a stock market index. And my second structure is a defined benefit pension scheme invested in shares and having to work out contributions and things when the market goes up and down. So here's my first model, and I did leave some formulas in there. You're modelling an index of share returns, and I'm not going to do David's trick of decomposing them into dividend yields and capital. I'm just going to model the total return on shares, and I'm going to make some very simplistic assumptions about interest rates. And geometric random walk essentially says that the ratio of your portfolio at the end of the year to the beginning of the year is independent from one year to the next. So there's nothing that you can do to predict how the share market might move. You can say things about the distribution, but you can never say the market's cheap or the market's dear. Well, you can say it, but it wouldn't be true to be able to predict how the market's going to move. The alternative. So this is a variant on the Maturity Guarantees Working Party model. And so the idea is you're modelling share total returns, but sometimes the market is going to be cheap and sometimes the market's going to be dear. And so there's a thing called Y, which in David's universe is a dividend yield, but in other papers could be an earnings yield or a book-to-market ratio. And when that Y is high, that says that the market is cheap, and it'd be a good time to buy. And when that Y is low, it means the market is dear, and that will be a poor time to buy and a good time to sell. And the reason that works is because the product of Y and the share index S is a random walk. So the random walk bit is unpredictable, but this Y process is predictable. If it's low, it's going to move to be higher, and therefore, by division, that means the share price is likely to fall, and so on. If it's high, it's going to move to be lower. So this is the idea that permeates pretty much all of David's work on economic scenario generators. And so this is similar to the Maturity Guarantees Working Party model. David's model is significantly more complicated. And we're going to ask, does it matter whether you use a random walk model or a more complicated model? And so I'm very glad to see Victoria Vass here. We work together on some work that's done by the Government Actuaries Department, And they had bought some economic scenario generators externally to do some calculations for personal injuries. And they had pages and pages of results, and they are completely tight-lipped about the scenario generators because they are complete secrets, state secrets. You can bombard them with freedom of information requests. They are completely impervious to that because they have signed a non-disclosure agreement with whoever sold them those scenarios. And to my surprise, I can replicate all of their results with a random walk model. In other words, in that case, however sophisticated those models, it's kind of irrelevant. And so I'm going to do some comparisons here, and I'm going to find examples where it matters. So here's how the models differ. You ask yourself, what happens after the market has crashed? So you're sitting there at the end of 1974. You've had a dreadful market year. There's an oil crisis. The stock market has collapsed. Do you think things are just going to get worse and worse? Now, I live in Ireland now, but when I come to England, I get this sense of it's just going to get worse and worse, right? So some people believe that, and if you believe that, that's a momentum model. And the maturity guarantees working party model, you can't produce momentum effects from that. It can't be done. But maybe after a crash, you think, well, the next thing is going to be good news. And essentially, that is a feature in one form or another of most of the incarnations of David's model. And then the possibility in the middle is the neutral one. The market's just crashed, it tells you nothing. Next year is as likely as it was before, independent coin flips and so on. And you've got the reverse situation. If you've just had a boom, if the market has shot up, then under a reversal model, such as David's model, maturity guarantees working party model, then you're likely to have a correction. It goes up, it's likely to come down a bit. And then there's a neutral possibility in the middle where it tells you nothing, and then at the bottom there's this momentum model, which I'm not going to say very much about. So here's my first little vignette. And I want you to imagine this is a product which has been offered to customers, and you come along with £10,000, and you give it to an insurance company, and the insurance company says, we're going to keep aside £1,000 and we're going to invest £9,000 in the stock market, and with dividends and so on. And after 5 years, you can get back your £9,000 with whatever the stock market has done, but you can also have your money back. So if the stock market has done badly, if that £9,000 has grown to less than £10,000, maybe grown to less than £9,000, then you've got your money back guarantee. And that creates this hockey stick picture, which you can see the red line and the black line, which is a form of an embedded guarantee. Now, I've chosen a very simple form. There are with-profit funds which have many more complicated forms. So what can we say about guarantees? So there's lots of questions. So the insurer might say, this £1,000 I've taken off, is that enough to compensate for those situations where I've got to make this money back guarantee? So the insurer's worried that if they've taken £1,000 of a fee, they put 9,000 in the stock market falls to, stays at 9,000, then the money back guarantee, the customer's going to want their 1,000 back. Is that enough? How should they invest the premium? So the strange thing about insurers is that you don't have to do what you've told the policyholder, at least not for with profits and these kinds of products. So the policyholder says, well, my benefit is calculated by investing 9,000 and doing this calculation, but the insurer doesn't have to do that. And in particular, if the stock market collapses and it looks like that money back guarantee is going to bite, then the insurance company might say, well, I'm not going to keep exposing myself to the stock market because it could go down again and hurt me more. I'll maybe just match to pay that money back guarantee. Now, that was an attempt to explain the concept of delta hedging. And if you understand that already, then apologise for wasting your time. If you don't understand it, you're probably none the wiser, but I did my best. So essentially, Black and Scholes are believed to have solved this problem. And they worked out a formula called delta hedging, where you can track the likelihood that the stock market is going to be higher than the 10,000s, and you invest accordingly, switching continuously, or annually in my case, the model here, in and out of shares in a way that sort of mitigates your risk. Alternative is to do what they call running naked. So running naked means the insurer puts the 9,000 in the stock market and they just hope that, I realise that bottom line is wrong, they hope it doesn't end up below 9,000. So they've got the 1,000 back. But if the market goes from 9,000 right down to 8,000, then the insurer has a shortfall because they've got 1,000 they get back, and that's not enough to make up to the 10,000 of the customer. So running naked means you sort of take a punt that it's not going to go wrong. And the work of the maturity guarantees working party was partly related to insurers were taking that sort of punt, and was that a good thing to do or not? So here is a funny thing. The maturity, it is a fairly well-known phenomenon. There have been papers mostly actually by friends at Heriot-Watt and faculty working parties looking at guarantees and the Wilkie model. And there's papers on hedging in a with-profit fund and hedging annuity guarantees. And broadly speaking, according to David Wilkie's model, hedging guarantees, kind of a la Black-Scholes, is not a great idea. And here is why. So imagine that, so this delta hedging exercise, if the market goes up, you buy more shares. If the market goes down, you sell the shares because it's more likely to be the guarantee biting. So let's do a very simplistic calculation. Suppose that when the market goes up, you double the number of shares you hold, and if the market goes down, you halve the number of shares you hold. If the market's gone up, your next move is likely to be downwards. So these numbers, of course, are back of the envelope, but they're stochastic. They're order of magnitude sort of right for a Wilkie-style model. So after a market rise, your conditional expected return the next period might be minus 10. But after a market fall, your conditional expected return is plus 20, which gives you an average over time of plus 5%, which might be the assumption you disclose in your calculations in your report. But the problem for the hedgers, these delta hedgers, is that they're holding more shares when they're about to go down than when they're about to go up. Okay, so if you're holding twice as many shares in the red scenario as in the green, then your average return is not 5%, it's 0%. Okay, so this hedging strategy is inadvertently buying shares at the wrong time and selling shares at the wrong time. It's got this negative resonance with the autoregressive model. If I had a random walk model, this would not happen. In a random walk model, the conditional expected return is what's happened in the past is irrelevant. So this is an important difference between a random walk model and an autoregressive model. So here's my second structure, a defined benefit pension scheme. And this obviously is not real data. I have drawn it with a mouse. You have a funding level, which is assets minus liabilities. If you get a market boom, your pensions assets do well, you declare a surplus, you cut your contributions, maybe have a contribution holiday, so reduced cash flow coming into the scheme, you're still paying pensioners, and so you're realising assets to pay pensioners' pensions. If, on the other hand, the market collapses, you have a deficit in the scheme, so you increase your contributions. Some of those contributions go straight out the door to pay benefits, but some of them are used to buy more assets. In other words, after a market rise, you're selling, and after a market fall, you're buying. So this is the opposite way round of dynamic hedging of a guarantee. So here's some formulas. So you can distinguish the time-weighted return, which is just the average of ratios of share prices from one year to the next, and then the money-weighted, which takes account of how much you have invested in the stock market in different scenarios. And for a random walk model, those numbers are both the same, but for either of my examples, both for dynamic hedging and for the pension funds, those numbers are different. And for the dynamic hedging argument, the money-weighted return was lower. And for the pension fund, as we see, the money-weighted return is higher. Now, this sort of matters because if you're doing some analysis of a pension plan, for example, you probably disclose to your clients some assumptions of your economic scenario generator. And what you disclose would typically be a time-weighted sort of investment return. In other words, you analyse the scenarios and it says nothing about the application you're going to use it for. But buried inside your application, there might be some dynamic trading rule which perhaps unwittingly exploits some of these structures inside a model. So here we go. Here are the resonance effects for pension fund. I think I've just described this. And so the numbers, we're still crunching out some numbers, but it seems like there's sort of a 5% penalty for dynamic hedging of guarantees, so quite a big number. The benefit on the pension side is a bit smaller, about 1% extra return you get without having to think about it very much for a more or less typical steady-state pension scheme. So who's paying for this extra 1%? Well, whoever's paying for it is some philanthropic investor who, when the market has just gone up and you as a pension scheme want to take your profits, they're there to buy it off you. And when the market's gone down and you're wanting to buy some more, they're there ready to sell you shares. Now, from the philanthropist's point of view, this is not a good investment strategy. It's a great strategy from the pension fund's point of view. So who are these philanthropists? Maybe they're people who are hedging options. Or maybe they don't even exist. But if they don't exist, then you've got a kind of contradiction. You're just assuming, you're baking into your pension fund calculation that somebody shows up just at the right time to do some trades that are disadvantageous to them in order to improve the financial performance of your pension funds. And so if they're not real, then you've got some problem with the reality of your forecasts. Right, so I've talked about two models, neither of which are David's model. So some other work that I did with Stuart, we looked at the equity time series model, actually real equity returns that comes out of David's model. And there are 11 parameters inside the model and some relatively complicated formulas that produce those equity markets. But it's a Gaussian process, so it's entirely determined by its variance structure or by its term structure of volatility equivalently. So I said, can we get a maturity guarantees working party model that looks a lot like David's model? Now, of course, there are good reasons for the complexity in David's model, not least you might be interested in lots of time series at once. So this application, where I'm only using the equity time series, it shouldn't be surprised that you can get something simpler. But what is interesting is that the other elements of, well, dividends are driven by inflation and so on, that might or might not be a true statement, but in terms of the behavior of the equity market series that comes out, it's kind of pretty much invisible. So this is the fit we did, and you can get to within 1 part in 80 across all terms. So essentially, you don't get very different answers for these very stylized problems using David's model compared to using a much simpler model. And the advantage of the much simpler model is you can turn the auto-regression on and off and speed it up and slow it down, and you've got 3 parameters to play with, really, so you can do your sensitivity testing and start to understand, well, what is driving these resonance effects. However, there are several incarnations of David's model. And this is taken from a paper that Mary quoted earlier with Zhang. And so they've recalibrated the Wilkie model for US data. And it turns out that their recalibration doesn't look very much like a maturity guarantees working party model at all. So I've done the minimax fit, the closest I could get. And that looks kind of quite badly wrong. So we can't say in a very general sense, well, the Wilkie model is just a version of the maturity guarantees working party model, because for the UK calibrations, they're quite close, and for US calibrations, they're not, and for other countries that have been published, there are things in between. So there are some particular features in the US model. Essentially, the variability of dividends is very low compared to the variation of prices, and so this mean reversion effect seems to be stronger in the US calibrations, and it's weaker elsewhere. But so what I'm arguing is there were differences here between a random walk and a maturity guarantees working party model, and only rather minor differences between the maturity guarantees working party model and David's model for the purpose of measuring resonance on these toy examples. So of course you will ask, well, does this reversal, market reversal, exist or not? So I'm just going to show you a couple of things. Firstly, there's a long-standing actuarial narrative about market sentiments driving prices, and there's some real things which are dividends and earnings, and then there's these wide boys in their brightly coloured jackets who move prices up and down, and actuaries, by being very clever, can see through all the noise of these traders and come to a sort of a true underlying value. Now that was drummed into me when I failed the actuarial exams, and has probably been drummed into most people in this room. So this is a sort of a part of our cultural heritage that we have to believe this. Secondly, the maturity guarantee working party model is incapable of producing models with momentum, so the opposite of reversal. And so you can easily get into the view and say, well, the middle, the random walk, is an extreme case, and any sort of market inefficiency, and surely we can all think of anecdotes of people who behaved irrationally, any sort of market efficiency has to be in the direction of reversal. But that's not the case. So it turns out to be equivalent to something called an ARIMA 111 model, but you can get a restricted set of parameters using the maturity guarantees working party formula, but that is a wider class of models which certainly can accommodate. So you don't want to be using a sort of a cognitive bias of framing just to say, well, therefore, this reversal effect exists. If you make the residuals correlated in maturity guarantees working party model, for example, you can get some of these things. And then there's evidence from time series. So there is, I would say, underwhelming evidence of market reversal. There is some, but it's not terribly strong, and it relies on a small number of events, such as a 1974 crash that reversed in 1975. If you look over longer time periods and to other countries, that reversal is kind of stronger or weaker, and it remains, so I would say, on balance, the evidence is in favour of some reversal, but that evidence is not staggeringly statistically significant. You could reasonably say that it hasn't been proven, although there's weak evidence. And then there's the bottom bit, which is, can you come up with anecdotes of people's behaviour? So it's very easy to come up with anecdotes of market reversal because we've all been there in our actuarial narrative training about people buying at the top and selling at the bottom and all the rest of it. But you can equally well, there's a whole story of behavioural economics, and they're sort of like horoscopes in the sense that you can fit the narrative to kind of pretty much anything that happens. And so you can certainly come up with explanations from some sort of credible economic theory as to why the market might have momentum. So the jury is, I don't know, it's a minority vote. If you wanted a unanimous vote, you wouldn't be in favour of reversal. But if you're prepared to take a majority view, then you might say there was. So how can we approach this from the point of, how do we make decisions when we're faced with reversal, we're faced with resonance effects, which can be quite big, but they depend on a model, and even with 100 years data, we can't be really sure that the reversal effects in that model are real. So here's a way to think about it. So the left-hand column is you're looking at a reversal model, a Wilkie-style model, and that says that if you're hedging, then it makes hedging look like a bad idea. But if you're running a defined benefit pension scheme, there's these magic philanthropists who show up on time to make your scheme do better than it would for a random walk. On the other hand, if the real world is a momentum model, then that completely flips over. So one approach to this would be to say, well, I believe the world is a reversal model, and therefore I'm not going to hedge my guarantees, but I am going to set up defined benefit pension plans. But another approach to model uncertainty is to say, well, what's the worst case that could happen? The worst case is I assume reversal, and actually I'm completely wrong, and then I get walloped by the other one being true. And so to avoid that worst case, I'm going to go in the middle ground and use a random walk model. You'll get different answers, but that's a way of rationalizing those uncertainties in the model. So I'm going to ask if there's any questions. Any points you'd like to make? Yes, Dermot. Gosh. So the question, if you didn't hear it, was the LDI thing under Liz Truss, where you might remember interest rates suddenly spiked up. And if you didn't know otherwise, you'd assume that would be great news for pension schemes, and because their liabilities had just gone down. But then it turned out that pension schemes had loads of margin calls on some rather complicated derivatives, and they got in a terrible mess. And then there was a bit of a witch hunt to find out who in the Treasury had failed to tell Liz Truss, and in true style they had told her and she'd ignored it. Can I be rude about Liz Truss here? I can in Ireland, okay? But so does this have any bearing on it? And apart from me being able to tell a rude anecdote, I'm not sure it does. That was, the margin calculations are just several levels of more sophisticated here. So I'm not sure that these models would have picked that up. Another question. Yes, Mary.
Your very last comment was, well, if you're going to take the worst case, you might as well see a random walk. But that's not the worst case, of course, because two different people are doing this. So if you're going to take the worst case, like a robust optimization or a super hedge, you should assume momentum in one case.
So maybe I was being, so I should have phrased that more clearly. What I meant was a mini-max. So you try to make the worst case as gentle as possible. So we're saying if I choose one of these models and then Mother Nature chooses one of the others without telling me, and I think about what's the worst thing that Mother Nature could do, then I do end up being in the middle. No, I don't think so. Yeah. So if I'm assuming reversal and I'm doing my defined benefit pensions, and Mother Nature delivers me momentum scenarios, then I lose a load of money. So I've got a best case and a worst case, and the worst case is Mother Nature choosing momentum. The other way around, so to minimize that worst, but if I choose a momentum model, then Mother Nature can mess me up by choosing reversal. Yeah, so even if I'm only interested in pensions, if Mother Nature does the opposite to me, I'm in a mess. Yeah. David.
One of the things is the difference between individual behavior and market behavior. One needs to think of, if everybody believes in the delta hedging, what does the market as a whole do? And the answer is it crashes. If the market starts going down, it crashes. Or if the market starts going up, it soars, because everybody is doing the same thing. To get buying and selling of shares, you need somebody who wants to buy them and someone else who wants to sell them.
Yeah.
And the Maturity Guarantees Working Party paper did note that if a lot of companies have written unit-linked policies with guarantees and they try the hedging and the market goes down, then there's an awful lot of selling. The market will go down more and there's still more selling. So that the Black-Scholes model assumed that the activity of buying an option did not change the share price. Well, it doesn't if it's only one, but if it's 1 billion shares, that'll change the share price. And you need to take that into account. And that, I think, was a problem with the LDI. They were all doing all in the same direction. So you need to have in the market either people, everybody's assuming it's a random walk would be stable, I think. You need, otherwise, if you're people that are following the Wilkie model, you need other people who are following a momentum model. So what happens if you've got a market with 3 categories of people in it who are working differently? How does the whole market then work? This is a different problem. But not one that you're answering, or I would like to try to answer immediately.
But you're raising a good point, and it's one of the criticisms of some of the market-based regulatory regimes, which is endogeneity. You're observing history, you're saying the future is going to be a bit like that, but if everybody acts logically on what you've just shown them, then that would change how the future behaves. And you've mentioned the examples of option hedging, everybody's trying to sell at the same time, but there's also the fact, as you've acknowledged, that if everybody followed your model, then the opportunities that are in there would go away. But that does beg the question of why do people not strictly follow the optimization in your model as an individual? So I've seen a lot of pensions asset liability studies using a variety of models, and typically you look for a strategic asset allocation, you simulate for a number of years and see how it does. And now we all know that if you knew the formulas inside any of the models, well, not the random walk, if you knew the formulas inside the other models, you could be really smart and buy at the top, buy at the bottom and sell at the top. And yet I've never seen a consultant's report that recommends that. And so why not? And well, so one possible reason is that the gains from so doing would be so huge as to discredit the entire report. But I align it to this. Just imagine that you've somehow come into possession of a pirate treasure map, which tells you where this buried treasure is, which most of the consultants using these sorts of models effectively have. And then for some reason they dig somewhere completely else, not where it says the treasure's buried, because they're not recommending the dynamic strategy that would optimize that model. So, I mean, that is somewhat short of a ringing endorsement of the model, that people don't follow it through to its logical conclusion. Of course.
So when you actually look at data, and I haven't looked for a while, but I've not really ever believed in reversal on a first order level because you don't really see it much in the data. But there is a volatility clustering.
Yes.
And so what if you've only been looking at kind of, you've been talking about you expect, so you're talking about first moment.
Yeah.
But what if you don't know anything about your expectation, but you do know something about your volatility from the previous period? Does that change any of this?
Well, it certainly changes how you interpret the historical data, and that's something we're looking at actually in another strand of the Extreme Events Working Party on this. That you might be able to do a hypothesis test. It says, I'm comparing a random walk model to an ARIMA 111 model. It turns out the published tests that people do, Dickey Fuller, are comparing against other alternative hypotheses, and it's rather messy to get a good test against actually the Maturity Guarantees Working Party, but we've sort of devised one. And you choose a most powerful test that's going to detect deviations from those autocorrelations, even if they're quite small. And then we said, well, what happens if you've got one of these volatility clustering models? And the answer is it gives you vastly more false positives. You're far more like, if you've got a volatility clustering model with no autocorrelation, it's much more likely to produce the scenarios where it looks like there is autocorrelation.
Yeah.
So the statistical inference is actually pretty subtle. If you follow the textbook, you come along and say there appears to be some reversal. How significant is it? Well, sort of 80% significant, so we wouldn't do it if we were skeptical about it, but best estimate it might be. But then that significance jumps right down the moment you start having a wider null hypothesis. So apologies for the people who didn't want the technical talk, but you got that bit. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to get sleep now, right?
Now, our next speaker, I'm short, Alasdair Thompson. So he's the Director of Research at Moody's Analytics. He did his PhD in statistical physics at the University of Edinburgh and a postdoc at the same university. He's currently focused on pricing physical and transition climate risks and incorporating these into financial models. And we will be hearing more about this in his speech.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you for having me here. I feel a little bit of an interloper because I'm not an actuary, unlike most people here, and I'm not an academic anymore either. And I'm going to be talking about something that might be new to quite a few of you, which is to think about climate risk and how we can incorporate that into scenario generators. So just a kind of quick overview of what I'm going to talk about. We'll start by kind of introducing the problem and how we might want to think about the relationship between climate risk and economics and finance. And then we're going to think about a number of different sorts of financial variables and how we might think about setting those. So initially we'll talk a bit about how we set paths, expected paths for interest rates in general. Then we're going to think about how we might adjust some of that, in particular how we think about adjusting real interest rates and how we adjust inflation under the influence of climate. And then we'll talk a bit about kind of risk premia and how that would affect on equities, but also on credit instruments. And then we'll think about how we can think of the time horizon here. Climate is a very long-term problem. A lot of the actual kind of forecasting we might be interested in for business planning, for investment might be much shorter. So how can we kind of bridge that gap? And then we'll just show you a couple of results of how this might actually impact on asset returns. So I was doing a bit of kind of rereading of some papers in preparation for coming here. And I found this interesting quote, which kind of caught my eye. From a paper some of you might recognize. And it says, the rate of inflation, the amount of company dividends, the level of interest rates, and the prices at which shares trade may well depend on such extraneous factors as government policy, business conditions, and the political, military, economic, and climatic conditions of the world. Wars, famines, and natural disasters may or may not occur, but they are not forecastable in the long run, and their influence is subsumed in the white noise series. What I'm going to try and do is to think about how we might actually forecast some of those. Or maybe not forecast them necessarily, but think about how we could condition on some of those and think about, given a particular path for the climatic conditions of the world, for natural disasters, for government policy, for economic conditions as well, what influence would that then have on the modelling that we do kind of downstream from that, rather than assume these things are completely random and unknowable. So how do we go about translating some of this? We're going to take a sort of cascaded approach here and start with thinking about the sorts of information we get from our climate scenarios. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail around how the climate modelling itself works. I could spend all day talking about that, but it's probably not the most relevant here. So we'll assume that's given. We have some kind of scenario around the future climate that tells us what's going to happen to temperatures, to emissions, what's going to happen in kind of government policy response, technology assumptions, all these sorts of factors that we assumed were extraneous and exogenous. Let's assume we have a specific iteration and assumption about those. And then we're going to translate those first through a kind of macroeconomic layer, and then into an impact on some key financial variables that will then kind of be able to drive everything else we want to know about. So we might think about how, on the physical risk side, the sorts of increases in temperatures, the damages that we might see there, sea level rise, heat stress, how these sorts of things might impact on productivity and therefore on output and growth in the economy. We might think about, on the transition side, different sorts of policies that might be implemented by governments, different carbon taxes, and what might happen to those carbon taxes. Are they used to pay down debt? Are they used to finance investment? Are they fiscally neutral, and it's just a reallocation of resources around the economy? Does this have an impact then on investment, on the total investment in the economy, but also on the types of investment and where that investment is going, so the distribution of that? And similarly, what's going to happen to energy prices? What's going to happen with acute weather events, when there's storm damage, when there's reconstruction there? That's an opportunity cost. There's infrastructure, there's capital that's being replaced, but it's not adding new productive capacity to the economy, but it is taking resources and time away from being able to be used elsewhere. So we can think about these different economic factors, what's happening to output, what's happening to the components of output, to how much investment and consumption there is, to private and to government consumption and investment. And then we want to translate that into a few key financial variables. So what happens to real interest rates? How do those relate to consumption or to growth? Lower growth or consumption might mean lower real returns. What happens to inflation? As we have higher energy prices, we have kind of higher reconstruction costs, maybe that flows into higher inflation. And then sort of what happens to earnings and cash flows and what's available there. Is there less available in total because growth is lower? Is there less available specifically to return to shareholders because we need to invest more and more capital needs to be held back for that sort of reinvestment and perhaps early retirement and reinvestment of existing capital? So we'll work through this as a kind of cascade of different effects and build up these different layers. So we start thinking about the impact on real interest rates and how that is affected by consumption. Then we can layer on an impact of climate inflation, how much higher or lower will inflation be under different conditions, to then get the impact on nominal returns or nominal interest rates. And we can think about adding on then risk aversion and how that might change, and therefore impact on credit risky yields. And then sort of finally, we can start to think about then on cash flows. We don't want to kind of jump straight to that, but actually the returns on real assets, on equities, on properties, are going to depend on the cash flows there, but they're also going to depend very much on the discounting as well. And then finally, we can sort of add an optional layer to think about how markets might respond to some of these things, and market expectations might change, and how markets might sort of reprice some of these assets and respond to this. there's another quote by Martin Weitzman, who's an economist who's written a lot about climate change. And he says, in many long-run situations, including climate change, it may not be too much of an exaggeration to say that almost any answer to a question can be defended by one particular choice or another of a discount rate. The choice of discount rate, some of you may know or may not, in climate modelling is quite contentious. There's been a lot of discussion around, what the discounting rate for future damages should be, and therefore what the optimal amount of intervention in the economy, of carbon tax or of warming would be, and that can vary a lot depending on what assumptions you make around discount rates. And discount rates is where we are going to start with our modelling, because I think it is really crucial to understanding the impact of these different sorts of scenarios. And it's sometimes a place where people make very simplistic assumptions and jump straight to thinking about what happens to specific postcodes, to specific infrastructure, to specific firms, cash flows, but then make very simple assumptions that discount rates are just going to be kind of constant and uniform. And actually, if you change those discounting assumptions, you can get very different results. And I think as people in this room, we probably have something interesting to say about discount rates and about how those should be set. So how do we want to set discount rates? We're going to think about models here where we can set an expected path for, say, the short rate over time. So we have a stochastic model that has some noise terms and some distribution, but it has an expected path which we can control, and we can do that through setting time-varying risk premia within the model to allow for the expectation to follow kind of any path we want. So what path do we set for that? Well, we're going to contribute a number of different terms and put those together. We'll start with the market implied data. So we have a market forward curve that tells us something about market expectations for future interest rates. And that might be quite good over the short term. Over the longer term, though, there are, of course, other factors that influence the prices of long-dated bonds other than just people's views of what the interest rates will be in the future. There are risk premia, there are liquidity constraints. So over the medium term, we'll then start to think about adding in some maybe more expert judgment, some more economist views of what the kind of neutral rate, the equilibrium rate should be in a particular economy, which will be a bit more controlled and constant over time, where market prices can shift very quickly for reasons other than just changes in long-term expectations. And then in the very long term, unconditionally, we'll sort of assume some convergence towards a global long-term unconditional target. And we have some parameters which we can use to control kind of how fast we see the reversion between these different levels of targets. And what you see is something like the curve down on the bottom left, where we have a market forward curve in black, which can be very different in the medium to long term than maybe a more through the cycle kind of neutral rate view of what the interest rates should be. And we can combine these together, and that gives us a kind of base view of how interest rates should move over time on average. So then, how do we adjust that for climate? Now, one standard way of relating this in a lot of climate modeling is to use the Ramsey rule. It's a very simple relationship between the real risk-free rate, in this case, our kind of pure rate of time preference, so a pure amount of how much do people value spending now versus in the future, or utility now versus the future, and a term that relates that to consumption growth. That's what C is here, is consumption or per capita consumption. So we can relate changes in per capita consumption growth with some sensitivity to interest rates. And this is a very simple model. There are more complex versions of this. You can add in higher power terms to think about volatility of consumption. You can use different sorts of preferences, Epstein's in, and get more complex kind of utility functions. But essentially, you're going to have some relationship between consumption growth and real interest rates, and that's a pretty standard way of modeling this in the kind of climate economics literature. We've picked a very simple model here. We can make some of the parameters time varying in order to kind of match the initial expectations. And then by looking at how consumption growth changes in different scenarios, because growth in the overall economy is different, because the consumption versus investment split in the economy is different, we can then work out what the impact on interest rates should be. And it's a deliberately simple model because there's so much uncertainty in a lot of those assumptions going into the model in terms of different policies, in terms of technology, in terms of physical damages. There's so much uncertainty there, we don't want to have too complex a model that we then can't interpret what's happening. So we want something that's basically as simple as possible that will produce plausible results that are going to be interpretable. And you can see just a few examples for some scenarios we've got from, this is from the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, which is a consortium of kind of central banks and regulators who have produced climate scenarios for use by the financial sector, particularly for regulatory use. I have 6 different scenarios showing how US real interest rates over time change, and you can see sort of moderate impacts there where as consumption might be lower in particular scenarios, we'll see lower real interest rates over time, and then perhaps some recovery in the long term. But you can see these are very long-term projections. These are 80 years out to the end of the century, annual time steps. And it takes a long time for you to really see anything. You know, over the first 2 or 3 years, there's almost no difference. Even as you start to get out to kind of 5 or 10 years, you don't see a huge impact, particularly in the sort of more hothouse scenarios and the kind of current policy scenarios where we're thinking about physical damage being key rather than transition scenarios. So that's real interest rates. That's the first part of the problem. The next layer is to think about what happens to inflation. We're going to model inflation as being the kind of fundamental driver here, and have that drive what happens then to nominal rates as a combination of real and inflation, rather than letting inflation kind of fall out of the model, as we sometimes do. And there's a few key things that drive inflation, but particularly energy prices. Energy prices are very dependent on the assumptions we make around technology, also the assumptions we make around different climate scenarios. Different sorts of carbon prices and investment needs are passed on by energy producers in terms of higher energy prices, different energy use in different scenarios, whether we need more or less heating or air conditioning, for example, whether we reduce our energy use to reduce the emissions. So energy prices are very sensitive to what happens in these climate scenarios. And I guess as we've seen over the last couple of years, energy prices are very important for driving overall inflation. Obviously, they're a direct component of inflation, but they've also get passed through to consumers, to end consumers, but also to kind of secondary producers who will then increase their prices as well. So energy prices are a key driver here of climate inflation. Other factors we might want to also think about could be agricultural prices, as crop yields change, for example, as there's increased kind of storm damage, and things like supply chain disruption, again, from sort of acute weather events and how that could impact on overall kind of prices. So there's a few things there, again, drive what we expect is gradually increasing higher inflation, perhaps under a scenario where we don't do very much, but the costs start to increase because there's impacts on crop yields and supply chains, and in transition scenarios where we suddenly introduce a carbon price, that gets passed through and there's a big spike to inflation. So at this stage, I just want to kind of compare the structure of what we are doing a little bit with the Wilkie model. And we can see there's a number of kind of extra boxes that we've sort of got that sit above the Wilkie model as it existed, where we're thinking about taking climate data, in this case, for example, from the NGFS, but you can take it from all different sorts of places, and you want to translate that through some economic levels, then into the kind of financial variables in this sort of light grey-blue color. But if you focus just on that kind of part of the model, the financial part, it actually shares quite a similar structure to the Wilkie model. Again, inflation really is quite key as a driver. It's going to drive what happens to nominal interest rates. It's also going to drive what happens to equities through discounting and other effects. So it's sort of starting from there and then seeing how that flows through the different levels of the model. So thinking about equity risk premia, here we're sort of following the literature on factor decomposition. So this is Campbell-Schiller, Cochrane, people that came after them, that take a kind of simple dividend discount model. You can log linearize that and expand that out and create a model where we say that changes in equity returns are going to be related to terms that are either kind of cash flow news or discount rate news. And then we want to relate those sorts of news, new information, to what's happening in our climate scenarios. So we can think about the cash flow news as perhaps being related to consumption growth again, and then discount rate news to the discount rates that we've already looked at. We actually find that there's a better relationship with corporate bond yields than with risk-free rates, as in a kind of simple Fed model. So that's just an empirical correlation on the right, where we can see changes in corporate 10-year yields versus equity returns, and calculate kind of sensitivity of equities to changes in discount rates there. Assuming that there's also some risk premia in the discount rate that you use to value equities. So that gives us a kind of two-factor model for thinking about expected returns on equities related to these two different factors. Up till now, as I said, this has all been quite long-term. We're thinking about how these things will gradually change over a very long period. And the model we have here assumes that equity returns only depend on what's happening at that time, what happens to cash flows at that time, what happens to discount rates at a particular time. But actually, people might think about future returns and future cash flows, not just have a myopic view of pricing in what's happened so far, but pricing changes to future expectations as well. And I won't derive all the way through, but you can get a similar version of the model, again, following this factor decomposition literature. Take expectations, telescope the series, and you can look at how changes in future cash flows could be priced in today. And we can actually take a whole series of future cash flows and think about how that could impact on prices now. And if we do that, we can turn these long-term climate scenarios into actually a kind of short-term sort of stress test on impact of what might happen if people's long-term expectations around climate suddenly changed. So to try to explain what I'm showing here, this is a chart showing over time the cumulative impact on total returns for an equity portfolio in this case, compared to a counterfactual where we didn't think about climate. And this is for a scenario where we don't really make any transition, physical costs gradually increase, and returns are therefore a little bit lower every year. And over time, in the light blue, you can see you gradually lose returns compared to what you would have expected. And by the end of the century, this is fairly significant. You're kind of 40–45% lower total returns than you would have otherwise expected to have. But it takes a long time for anything to really happen. You know, by 5–10 years, there's really no significant impact. By 20 years, it's still pretty moderate compared to the sorts of stresses you're already considering. However, if people's long-term expectations shifted and we priced this in, for example, people's views said that actually we're currently not really pricing any of this climate risk. It's difficult to know what is being priced by the market exactly, but there are a number of studies. Webinato published one last year looking at how much was priced in and concluding that not very much was by markets at the moment. The IFoA has published some papers recently looking at climate risk, suggesting actually there is a significant risk people should be considering, quite substantial, in some of those authors' views. If we took those views seriously and said that is what's going to happen, if we saw perhaps warming accelerating, perhaps markets' views might shift, and if they did, we could see something fairly significant in terms of moving equity prices. Now that's just the expectations. Obviously, these are stochastic models. We can look at distributions as well. This is looking at some kind of credit impacts. You can see on the right is a distribution of total returns before and after we have shocked it for this particular climate scenario. And you can see the distribution moves quite substantially. Most of the changes in sort of the first moment, so it shifts it relatively evenly. It's still the same model. It still has the same shape of expected returns. Your expected loss is, instead of gaining 10%, you've lost 10%. But actually, in terms of the tails, it could be much, much more significant. The conditional expectation of losing more than 20% of your value was almost nothing, and now it's actually some quite substantial proportion. Maybe it's 20–25% chance of that happening. So the tail risk there might be quite significant. And on the left, we're just plotting a couple of percentiles over time. And you can see actually, although it's difficult to tell on the right, the distribution is actually becoming a little bit wider as well. It's not just moving completely uniformly. So this is actually for a transition scenario called net zero 2050 rather than our sort of current policies, no action scenario instead. Looking at the impact on a number of different asset classes, I guess we can say kind of so what? If this is all being driven by large macroeconomic factors, the whole economy is just having a crash, what can you actually do about it? Well, there's a different impact on different asset classes because we have a number of different factors here at play. Different asset classes have different exposures to growth and inflation, basically. And so we'll see differential impacts, but potentially quite significant impacts for some of these. It's very difficult to put precise probabilities on how we think a particular scenario, how likely a particular scenario is, because as we come back to, a lot of these risk factors are very difficult to forecast. Government policy, we can't kind of quantitatively forecast the probability of governments inputting some particular carbon tax or other very easily. But what we can do is kind of turn that problem around and say, if we did have some specific scenario, how would that compare to the sorts of risks we've seen in the past? And this sort of transition scenario might be equivalent to a 1 in 10 year event. Some other pricing in of physical risks might be equivalent to a 1 in 20. The more extreme risks, some of your colleagues were talking about in the sting in the tail of the scorpion paper, might be a 1 in 200 year event. So it allows you to kind of get an intuition of what these sorts of scenarios actually mean in terms of the historical returns we've seen on assets or the expected returns on assets that we had previously. And I just end with one last quote. This was from a review on the Wilkie model. that was cautioning, I guess, people using models that they didn't quite understand, and enthroning one particular model and its scenarios with too much weight. I won't comment too much on whether that's appropriate for the Wilkie model or other SG models in general, but I think it is definitely true for climate models, particularly when this is very new to a lot of us. And given there is so much uncertainty, it's definitely worth not just picking one or two specific narrative scenarios that are deterministic and saying, well, I'm okay under those, or I'm not okay under those, or under this scenario I should invest in these sectors or in these asset classes. Actually, it's very important to understand that particularly because these things are very difficult to forecast and there's so much uncertainty, we need to look across a whole ensemble of scenarios, of different models and different assumptions, and understand the range of possible outcomes there. I'll stop there. Yeah, you've got one.
So the comments on equity markets and extreme climate change are interesting, but perhaps it'd be more interesting to think about what happened to bond markets. If you're in a position where GDP per capita or wealth or whatever is declining in a fairly constant way, how can you leverage up your equities? How can people borrow money if they've got less to pay back? Why would they? Surely the bond markets are going to go in those circumstances?
Well, I mean, I guess we're modeling kind of all of these different risk factors, and we can see actually bond markets are generally less exposed to a lot of this. But why would a company issue bonds? Well, I mean, well, they've still got some money. There's not no money. None of these scenarios are kind of apocalyptic. It's gradually declining. That's the cumulative impact. So the cumulative impact there was saying we're 40% worse off, but not compared to today. It's compared to a counterfactual without climate risk. We're still growing relative to today in all those scenarios. Not all of them. There are, and in those scenarios, I didn't show the results for any of those scenarios where we decline in absolute terms. You're right, there are more pessimistic scenarios where we actually do just get worse off. And in that case, the impact, will be far more significant. But I think in that extremist scenario, probably the returns on the bond market is not my primary concern when we're at that level of wipeout. I think there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of different scenarios. I think this is about creating a framework that allows you to put in whatever assumptions you want and translate that into an impact, and then we can see what would happen there. Obviously, if you go out too far, some of these more simplistic assumptions will start to break down, and you might need a kind of more complex structural model to capture some of that.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Torsten Kleinow. I will be sharing this second part of the session. And we will now turn to one of David's other contributions to the actuarial community. We just heard a lot about talks in relation to the Wilkie model, the economic scenario generator. And we will now turn to the continuous mortality investigation committee, of which David has been a member for many, many, many years, I think for at least half of its history, David. And we have Vivienne Maclure and Stuart McDonald here as our first double act of the day, I think, or the only double act of the day as the first talk. Vivienne is the secretary of the CMI and Stuart is the deputy chair. And I think, Vivienne, you will kick off, is that correct? Okay, so the floor is yours.
Not as tall as that. that right? Okay, cool. Hello, everybody. Stuart and I are glad to be presenting today and celebrating with David Wilkie for his 90th birthday. It's timed very well. It's very convenient because it's also the 100th year of the CMI. And as we've heard from very many speakers, David has spent a lot of his years, 60 indeed, or nearly 60, volunteering for the CMI. So it's great to be able to celebrate alongside him. Now, I don't have a picture of him on the first slide, but I do have a picture later on. As I introduced, Stuart and I will be presenting today. So Stuart is the Deputy Chair of the CMI, and I am the Secretary to CMI. Later on, that will all become clear what those terms mean, or a little bit more about what those mean. So what we're going to cover, it's a very swift run through the last 100 years for the CMI, so I'll cover that. Then Stuart and I will both touch on the kind of the now, and then Stuart will take the looking forward and where we're going to with the CMI. So first looking back, but actually before we do that, just for anybody in the audience that's actually not that familiar with the CMI, because whilst we are engrossed in it, I'm aware that not everybody is. So CMI stands for the Continuous Mortality Investigation. Actually, the mortality bit, it should include morbidity. It started off just mortality, but latterly includes morbidity. It is a subsidiary of the IFoA, so it's a limited company, but a subsidiary of the IFoA. Now, whilst it's been going for 100 years, the aims of the CMI haven't really changed during this time. So the aims of the CMI are to research and understand mortality and morbidity experience and provide mortality tables and tools to help the industry. So it's to support the actuarial profession, and academics also use the data that we collect and do additional analyses for us. The CMI has a clear mission and vision, and the aims are kind of embedded within that, but also the principles. I think there's two key principles in there, one being impartial, and the second one being providing quality outputs for the industry, which I think the industry has come to rely on. So the 100-year timeline, I will step through as quickly as I can the 100 years. So it all began in 1924 when we started collecting data. Now, technically, it probably started a little bit before that with the committee meeting probably the year before, but we take 1924 as the starting point. And at that point, William Palin Elderton was the chair of the CMI at that point. 12 years later, the first set of tables were produced. Now, this might sound like a very long time, but it takes a long time to collect data. It takes a very long time to collect the data and then a long time to actually process that data and come out with something meaningful. So the first permanent assurances tables based on 1924 to 1929 data were issued in 1936. In 1950, the first CMI secretary, so equivalent of me back then, it was Roland Clark, and he was an actuary at the Prudential. Now, he held that role for over 20 years, I believe, so I've got a long way to go yet. The first projections were actually included in the A55, so annuities tables, and that was in 1951. Then we get to the year in question, so 40 years into the CMI, and that's when David comes on the scene and joins the executive committee. Now, for the first 50-odd years, the CMI remained quite, the structure of it was relatively unchanged. There was one committee, the CMI Executive Committee. It was funded voluntarily by life insurers, and it focused on base mortality. This changed in 1970 when the income protection or the permanent health insurance investigation started. This was a new committee, so there were now two committees, and this focused on morbidity, so expanded the range of analyses from mortality to include morbidity. In 1973, the investigation of female assured lives began. So up until then, there hadn't been any female, or not sufficient data to be able to analyse female assured lives experience, but that started to be collected, and now we obviously, as a standard, collect all of that data. It was also the time when the blue books were started. Now, I have read somewhere that it was frowned upon to use the term blue book in a formal situation, but I think the term blue book was how everybody, when I started, that's what they were called. And this, up until the blue books were created, I believe the reports were produced and then published in the journal of the Institute of Actuaries and in the equivalent for the faculty as well. So there was quite a lot of duplication of reports, whereas the blue books allowed it just to be published in one place. So moving on to the next 20 years, in 1982, the impaired assured lives data started to be collected. So this allowed the analysis by cause of claim, and we collected data from a whole host of different causes. And again, that continues today, as was noted earlier on today, for the insured population. We can't break it down by so many causes because we don't have as much data when you start to break it down. When it's population data, obviously you've got much more data to do so. This was quite a significant year in 1988. Data started being collected on smoker status. So this is smoker status when policies were taken out. At that time, only a small number of the insurers actually were able to provide their data with this field for us to differentiate between smoker status. Despite that, the preliminary analyses warranted publishing the results because they came out with quite stark differences in experience by smoker status. And actually, it was quite rare for the CMI to kind of comment on the commerciality and commercial impact of things. But following that analysis, there was a comment that actually the data suggested that greater discounts should be applied to non-smokers off the back of that analysis. In the 1990s, the number of committees started to increase. So you saw, at the moment we've just got an executive committee and an income protection committee. We then get a management committee, so kind of focusing on the operations of the CMI, plus expanding the number of kind of investigation committees. So you get mortality and critical illness and an AIDS subcommittee as well. 1991, we get the first bit of software that CMI issues. So this was the Standard Tables program. Prior to that, all rates and monetary values were published in books on different interest rates. So I think for one, I can't remember which series of graduations it was, but there was multiple books. You've got a lot of paper being produced at that point, whereas this allowed actuaries to be able to put it into a program, and it got the rates that they wanted. So helped to replace the need for printing lots of things. In 1995, the critical illness investigation begins. It began then, it took quite a while to take off. Again, it took quite a long time to get enough data to be able to actually do something meaningful with it. And then in 1999, we have the 75th anniversary. Now, this picture is kind of my predecessors. So we've got Rodney Barnett on the far left, Gillian Evans and Tony Leandro. So they were also CMI secretaries, and this was a photo from the celebrations in Staple Inn. Oh, I've missed saying about the chain, actually, which appeared up there as well. I think it was around 1990 when Rodney Barnett stepped down, and he gave the CMI this chain of office. Now this chain of office, I believe, was worn at CMI executive committee meetings, which tended to meet once a year, and the chair wore it to those committee meetings. The chairs seem less happy to wear it these days. I mean, indeed, they have 4 meetings a year and 2 actually are virtual, so they would have to carry it home with them. But we do on occasion encourage the chairs to put the chain of office on. In 2002, we got the first CMI working paper. So the idea of the CMI working papers was to complement the blue books. The blue books took a very long time to produce, and the CMI working papers, the intention was that they could come out much faster. Now the blue books have been dropped, and this is our main means for kind of communicating our results and our outputs. Now, the first working paper was quite a milestone as well, the content of it, and it gave actuaries the choice of a projection, so allowed for the choice of a short, medium, or long cohort projection to be used. In 2006, the self-administered pension scheme investigation became part of the CMI. So this was the first time that data started being collected from consultancies in respect of pension schemes. So prior to that, it was all insurer data, but from then we've started collecting data from consultancies. So into the last 20-odd years, 2009 saw the first issue of the CMI projections model, so CMI 2009. This was quickly established as a kind of an industry standard for communicating assumptions regarding projections, and we're about to issue the CMI 2023, so it's been a new release gets that sent out every year. It was also the S1 series of tables was published, so this was the first set of tables on the pension scheme data, so they got published in 2009. 2013 saw quite a review of the CMI structure and operations, and it became that's the point where it became a limited company. There was also a review of how to get subscriptions. So up until this point, subscriptions were voluntary, but then there became a need to have a more formal model for getting subscriptions that reflected, the need of those that were using the outputs. 2018, we got the High Age Mortality Working Party, and they provided alternative approaches to estimating exposure for high ages and estimating high age mortality rates to be able to graduate when you've got very limited data. So the year that's etched in everyone's memory, 2020, CMI reacted very quickly when we start to predict that mortality wasn't going to be as normal, and started publishing our mortality monitor, so private weekly, so that came out weekly. Prior to this, it was coming out quarterly. A COVID-19 working party was also established to consider what needed to be thought about, what the considerations were for based estimate assumptions. So I've just put 2021 on there, but actually going forward, the pandemic obviously has a knock-on impact and is continuing we're continuing to grapple with what to do with the data and how to approach it. So for the CMI model, that we had to decide what to do with, it's looking at previous data to work out what's happening in the future. Well, 2020 wasn't a normal year. What do we do? And so that there are ongoing kind of discussions on that. And indeed, the investigation committees looked at the impact on the experience from 2020. And we're now working out what to do with the graduations going forward. And that takes us to this year, so the centenary year. So there's no plans for grand celebrations, but the volunteers have a forum every year. So the intention is that we will mark the occasion this year at the next forum with the volunteers. So on to a slide about David. So this picture here is from the 75th anniversary and is with other CMI chairs. So I believe, and David can correct me if I'm wrong, that there's Peter Noel and Colin Kirkwood, and then David on the far right. David has been a dedicated volunteer throughout, well, for more than half of the CMI's existence, and this was all done whilst working. You know, this was volunteering. He had a full-time job, so is quite amazing. So just a few points to note. So I think most of these have been noted already. So he joined the committee 60 years ago. He became the chair of the CMI Executive Committee around 40 years ago. He was a member of the PHI, or the Income Protection Committee now, 30 years ago, and he stepped down from that just 3 years ago. So it's a very, very long time. And I can't note everything that he has done, but I've picked out a few things just to note these. So I noted, obviously, the CMI started collecting data on smoker status, and David, I believe, was involved in a press conference in relation to this, so was quoted quite widely in national press, because there was whilst the concept had been there, or the idea about the differential was there, this was the first proper study that actually kind of supported that. So David was quoted in a number of different places. He was involved in the development of the multi-state model, which is used for the income protection experience analysis, and was included in one of the blue books, so the CMIR 12, which was quite a weighty book from memory. I think it's one of the longest ones. So that David had a lot of involvement in that. And then until 2021, so David has said that he likes programming, so his programs were being used for the income protection experience analysis, and this was until 2021. So had we established our own systems before that, he may well have chosen to step down beforehand, but yeah, he was kind of on the hook until we managed to get our act together. So overall, I mean, David has been instrumental in the work of the CMI, and the CMI is very, very grateful for everything that he has done over the years. So this is my final slide before Stuart takes over. So this just kind of gives an idea of what the CMI looks like now, because it is quite a unique organisation. So this organisation chart shows the committees that exist for the CMI. So the 5 along the bottom are the investigation committees, and they're the ones that produce the outputs that go out to subscribers. Then you've got the executive and management committee, so that's where Stuart comes in. So Stuart is the deputy chair of the executive committee and also attends the management committee meetings. And so that management and executive are responsible for the kind of overall running of the CMI and what the CMI does. We have a resource pool. So this is kind of a pool of volunteers that are not assigned to a particular committee, and a kind of floating resource that can be assigned where we need them. And from time to time, we get working parties. The CMI has no employees. So, as I said, quite a unique organisation. It relies heavily on the 50-plus volunteers. Now, this compares to when the CMI first started, when there were probably about 8 on the executive committee, and that was it. So it's grown quite considerably. Where I come in is I am one of the secretariat. So we have 11 core members of the secretariat who are employed by Barnett-Waddingham. Our role is to support all the committees, so to help them deliver the outputs that they do, to go to the meetings and help drive the CMI forward. So we work very much in partnership with Stuart and with the chair, Jonathan, to coordinate how everything works and get, deliver on the objectives that have been agreed. But we are also, as a secretariat, we're the interface between other stakeholders with the CMI. So you've got 150 plus subscribers, so making sure that we get the subscription fees in and that they get what they need. They have the access to the things that they need access to. the data contributors, nothing could happen without the data, and so it's key that we have that a good relationship with our data contributors and get the data in. And working with the IFoA. So the IFoA provides support to the CMI from a legal perspective, media perspective. They host the website, so there's that liaison that has to go on as well. So just to give a summary of the activity over the last year, so we have a split year. The CMI year starts on the 1st of March. Just to mess up every 4 years, you have to change it to be the 29th of February for our accounts, where we often forget one reference. But yeah, so over the last year, we've had 17 working papers. Now, it's not quite a record. I think 2020 beat it. I think had 18, but a substantial number of working papers over the last year. And I guess just to give context, the blue books were once every 18 months. I mean, there were a lot of papers in the blue books, but they were once every 18 months. And I think prior to that, the reports were out one a year or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of outputs. And given the digital age, we're now able to produce blogs. We attend, so the volunteers attend a lot of presentations. We do webinars. What else have we got on there? 6, so we do newsletters, so there's 6 newsletters. Anyone can sign up to receive those, and it just gives a summary of what's been happening over each 2 months prior to them. We're still doing the weekly mortality monitors, so they kicked off in 2020. We still do them. They're kind of scaled back, but people seem to find them interesting and useful, so we have continued with those. I counted, we had more than 30 committee meetings over the last year. I think when the CMI first started, it was one executive committee meeting every year. So again, it's the scope of CMI has massively taken off. So I think that is my last slide, so I will hand over to Stuart.
Thanks, Viv. That's a really great rundown of what the CMI is, who we are, what we do. So I'll take us very briefly through some of the things that the CMI has been doing recently and thoughts on the future. But I'll go at pace so that we've got time for any questions. So as Viv explained, the different roles within the CMI. So I'm one of the volunteers. I don't have anything like David's length of service, but I'm 10% of the way there with 6 years. I'm Deputy Chair, as Viv has explained, but before that, I was the CMI's first Chief Risk Officer. So as we've expanded, we thought we should formalise that role. So I just thought I'd mention that in case any of you want to take a moment to pity those who had to explain to me during my first deep dive that the only person with the skills, expertise and knowledge to maintain our income protection experience analysis framework was an octogenarian volunteer, even one as renowned, talented and dedicated as David. That was obviously finding its way quite high up my risk list. So I've been involved now for a few years. And we've started to get involved with all sorts of different analyses, increase the frequency of some of the work we are doing. Viv's talked a little about the work that the CMI did during the pandemic. So one of the gaps that we identified in the analysis that was being produced was discussion of excess deaths. So at the very beginning of the pandemic, a lot of the focus was on counting COVID deaths rather than excess deaths. So we helped shift the conversation towards the importance of excess deaths, and also started to actually calculate them properly, because what the ONS was doing was really rather crude. It was a numbers-based system. It wasn't allowing for changes in mortality rates. It wasn't allowing for demographic shifts and the rest. So this is a chart from our mortality monitor, which is the output that we produce weekly. Just showing on here the last couple of years, so showing you the mortality experience in 2022, 23 and 2024. So actually you can see on here 2024 is quite good news so far. The grey bars on that chart, by the way, are the 2011 to 19 range. So just giving you an indication of what the normal range in mortality rates that we experience in England and Wales is, and how each of those 3 recent years compare. I mean, each year has a different story, which I won't take you through. 22, the first year of Omicron, very light mortality early on, but then picked up later, failed to sort of fall with its normal seasonal pattern. Pretty unfortunate, bad picture in 2023, which obviously started with the sort of 2022, December 22 kind of dual pandemic, or so the twindemic, as the media were calling it, of flu and COVID. But actually a much better year so far. So 2024 mortality rates at their historical low levels, so equaling 2019, best year we've seen historically. This is a chart that just turns all of that into a cumulative mortality rate. So I won't spend long on this. Essentially, for each point, it's allowing for the mortality experience thus far in the year. And you can see the 2020, obviously, in the light blue. You can see 21, which started very badly, in the green. And again, you can see the sort of message so far in 2024 that we are tracking the best quarters, or best first quarters on record. So that those being 2019, immediately prior to the pandemic, 2020, which of course started very well. It followed 2019 very, very closely for 3 months before things went very wrong. And 2022, which following the very heavy mortality we'd seen over the last couple of years, started well. I thought it was worth explaining roughly how that chart works so that we can take a quick look at different age groups. So I'll be brief on this, but just to show you, there are different trends being observed among the different age groups. So at the moment, it's broadly a good news picture in terms of mortality in England and Wales. And, you know, let's not get too excited about this. We would hope that mortality would improve year on year. So back where we were 5 years ago isn't so great a result, but it's a big improvement on where we were last year and the year before. But not such a good picture for working age adults. So if we look at 20 to 44 in the top left, we can see that there's actually only 2 years, 2021 and 2023, that have started worse than this one. And we can also see that for the 45 to 64 age group, where normally there's very little variation year to year in mortality. So this is a group that's not particularly affected by seasonal trends and so on. So mortality is very consistent year to year. But actually, we're not doing so well on mortality there. And you know, one thing that was a real privilege to be involved with over the last couple of years was bringing some of the CMI analysis together with work from the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities and the Office for National Statistics as part of a program of work led by Chris Whitty, the UK Chief Medical Officer, to investigate, you know, just what's going on in these age groups. And actually, we did quite a lot of work based on causes, you know, that really points to cardiovascular as the explanation for the issues that we're seeing with working age mortality. I'll come on then to the CMI model. So Viv's talked a little about the model. Like David, and I used to work at Scottish Widows, and you know, we heard a lot about that fund earlier today. So I used to spend a lot of time in Edinburgh hotels. And I remember very vividly waking up one morning in early February of 2020 with the realization that over and above the humanitarian tragedy that we were all looking at facing, I had a very particular concern that the CMI model was likely to break. And sure enough, a quick email led to a quick response telling us that if indeed we saw mortality rates north of 20% above normal levels, that we were not going to have sensible forecasts thereafter. So we have been applying less weight or no weight to some years since then, which is a sort of necessary solution, if you like, to give reasonable suggestions. The funnel that I'm showing here is the range that we're expecting from the next CMI model, so the one that will be released in a week or two, depending on how much weight we put on the period immediately after the peak of the pandemic. So we put no weight, if you like, on 2020 and 21, treating them as outliers in the model, but then put some weight on 2022 and 23, and depending on how much weight you put on, you'll see that range of forecasts. And I'm showing there the green, which is the core model that the CMI will release, and how that compares to the yellow, which is the current core model. So very similar forecasts. I won't spend long on this slide, but essentially the core business of the CMI is investigating the base mortality for different products, so assurances, the self-administered pension schemes and annuities that we've heard a little about already. Some of the problems we're wrestling is what to do about pandemic experience. It's of course academically interesting to look at what happened and the extent to which different groups were affected, but our sort of bread and butter work is giving people things which are useful for the future as well as interesting for explaining the past. So what is the right way to analyze this data and produce something which will give us a good guide to where mortality may well be next year and the year after. Pre-pandemic experience is maybe not quite right, but then nor is incorporating pandemic experience. So just to talk briefly about some of our recent releases, as Viv said, CMI is relatively prolific now. These are 3 releases from this year. On term assurances, we released the comparison of 2020 and 2021 to pre-pandemic. And a couple of interesting findings from there. Firstly, that mortality rates, as you might expect, considerably higher than had been experienced in the past. But interestingly, the critical illness claims considerably and statistically significantly lower. And that reconciles with findings from a lot of medical colleagues who are telling us that you can look at prescriptions data, you can look at diagnosis data, and you see a similar fall as people stayed away from healthcare. And of course, that has long-term consequences. We've got people that ought to be on preventative medications, for example, that aren't. So quite interesting for what that means for future mortality. The pensioner series of tables, so that's an update. We've added more tables to that, allowing for more differentiation by deprivation categories. And actually, the life expectancies coming out of that are a little lower than would have been achieved if you'd projected forward from 2013. So this is mostly about the fact that the mortality experience, even pre-pandemic, that we had expected haven't really materialized. And then annuities in payment, we've also released recently an update on that, including data up till 2022, showing an improvement, a recent improvement in mortality, but still worse mortality than we had expected in the pre-pandemic period. So a couple of thoughts on future considerations. We've recently run an exercise that we do every couple of years to think about threats and opportunities, if you like, to the CMI. So some of the things on our mind at the moment are the impact of technology. How is that? How do we keep up with that? How do we make sure that people are able to provide data in a way which works for them and that we're able to analyze it and drive out the best insights? What improvements can we make? Making sure that we continue to have a good volunteer pool that brings people with diverse expertise and experiences and thinking to the table, and how we evolve the analysis. What sort of insights will people require in the future that they haven't needed in the past? What more opportunities are there for us to leverage the data sets that we have compared to what we're already doing? And of course, I'll be very interested as comments from anyone if there's other things that you think the CMI ought to be thinking about, ought to be working on. Always pleased to hear now or later today any ideas for what you might value. So I'll wrap up there, and Viv and I are both available for any questions or comments.
Great. I think we have time for one question. So we are very late, but we allow one question.
Sorry, just Question based on the improving experience in 2024, does that mean that a lot of weather is good, a lot of rain is good for British mortality?
I think to some extent what we're seeing is displacement of mortality. So we lost more people during the peak of the pandemic period than we ought to. I think that's part of the explanation why we're seeing mortality fall more among the older groups, where more frail members of that population have gone, but we're still seeing that elevated and sustained mortality at the younger age groups. But yes, I'm not sure the weather is helping, but it's probably not the main driver.
Okay, thank you very much, Stuart, Vivienne. And we will move on to our second talk in this session, again about the CMI, but more about how to use the outputs of the CMI. And this will be by Hande from Hymans Robertson. Hande, you're a senior consultant at Hymans Robertson and working on longevity and mortality modeling. So please.
Okay, well, this was lucky because they covered a lot of what I wanted to say, so I can get to the juicy bits at the end. So let's see. First of all, I needed to put this on because we're all actuaries and I'm a consultant, so there's no advice. I'm not going to give you anything, so please bear with me. If I do veer that way, please also stop me from doing so. And then what I was going to talk about was to give a rough description about how the critical illness tables were constructed, and give you a rough idea of the different versions of the tables, and then talk a little bit about the future. What I might do is just whiz through quickly of the construction bits, because Viv mentioned about the, where did she go? She was here. She just went that way. There you are. She talks about the 1995 when the critical illness rates started. I don't have a picture of David, unfortunately, but I did go to Google and I found these, which I thought were quite amusing. First one I found was on the left-hand side, and that's just when you type in Wilkie Fest to Google, that's the first image that pops up. It's a Spotify list that somebody generated somewhere around the world when they were playing a video game, and that's what Reddit told me what that was. But more interestingly, the one on the left was on your actual birthday, if I got it right. The University of North Dakota Housing has done a festival, called it Wilkie Fest, and it was in their Wilkerson common room. So there we go. That was, I really wanted to get this bit out. I don't know any of the music groups other than Grateful Dead on the left-hand one. But anyway, let's move on. On to critical illness policies. Now, I appreciate this audience. I don't think I've ever spoken in front of such an audience before. I think I've read a paper with most of your names on it, and some of my textbooks when I did actuarial sciences in Cass were written by some of you here. So it's an absolute honor and a privilege, and thank you very much for the invite. So a critical illness policy is a protection policy. You pay a premium to an insurance company and they pay you a lump sum. There are two ways they can pay a lump sum. One is if you get a critical illness, and that's the sort of dread diseases, heart attacks, cancers, etc. And two, if you perish. If you only buy a policy that just covers you for cancer and heart attack, etc., that's a standalone critical illness policy. If you buy one that's like a life insurance policy with an extra bit attached to it for critical illness, that's an accelerated critical illness policy. And the acceleration comes from the earlier payment of the claim. Initially, as a minimum, it has to cover cancer, stroke, and heart attack. But, over the years, a lot has come in, and people now, it can go up to 150, 170 disease groups. Okay. And I did do a bit of history lesson before I came on. the first critical illness policy was sold in South Africa on the 6th of August, 1983. I didn't know that. And it was, again, another insurance policy that was designed by a non-actuary. The person who designed the critical illness policy was a heart surgeon, and he found that a lot of people kept coming back and were struggling with the financial burden of having had a disease, diagnosis of a disease. So he started in the 1980s, looked around, asked for someone to pick this policy up with him. Nobody did it until Crusader Life, I think is the right one. They brought it out in 1983, and then eventually, in a couple of years' time, it came to the UK. I think it's Lincoln, I can't remember the full name of the company. It's Lincoln UK that picked up the policy, and then we started with 3, then 8, then 150 type diseases to cover. Okay. And then, of course, when we come up with a policy that's slightly more complicated for our consumers, the Association of British Insurers came up with their guidance, and the last version is in 2022. Just to get a rough idea of the sales and claims and etc., the ABI has recently published their information. I just picked up the bits. As a consultant, I can't actually log on to the ABI and get the full data, so this is the summary. To give you an idea, the 91% of claims get paid ultimately. The bit that's missing, the 99% that's missing roughly, is when the policyholders have, for some reason, not disclosed certain conditions. That's fine. Or in the policy wording, it's not covered. So that's just why there aren't that many claims coverage that way. And the number of policies that are being sold recently have been increasing. Okay, well, we've seen a version of this. This is specifically for critical illness policies, experience rather. So it started in 1995. There wasn't enough data available to be able to do an experience analysis. And eventually in 2002 was the first critical illness transition rates were calculated, and in 2004, 2008, and finally the last one we have is in 2016, and it's in working paper 154. I'll skip through this bit because the last section I think is a little bit more exciting. I wanted to give a rough idea of the volumes of claims that come through and how we analyze these. What can I say? Oh, what Stuart said just before he stopped speaking was that in 2020, a lot of the critical illness type claims had dropped quite substantially. And I guess one of the reasons is exactly as you've said, it's people were staying away from healthcare and not engaging. There isn't enough diagnosis, treatment, etc., etc. In 2021, that seems to have been uplifted slightly, but not to the same level as it was pre-pandemic. This graph roughly shows that. The interesting thing I would have also picked up from here is the data shows that less critical illness policies have been sold in the last 5-year period where we had the last table that was built on it. So that's the 2015-2018 bit with the yellow bar coming up, which is slightly lower than the one before. These are claims by mind, but the sales volumes, the exposures look very similar. Okay. The critical illness tables, the ACI tables, are some kind of a generalized linear model. They take into a wide variety of factors, things like sum assured, duration, and they come out with 4 separate tables, 2 for each gender and 2 for smoking status. and the tables have their rates set out for each duration. For the 2016 tables, the select duration was only 2 years for male smokers and 1 year for the rest of the group. For the other tables in 2008 and 2004, the select duration was up to 5 years. Okay. I'm just going to move on through this bit. This is what I tried to do, was to summarize the different AC tables versus their exposures. And the AC 16 table was heavier than the other two tables. I wanted to put the exposures underneath it because as a statistician, I always think, okay, this is a nice line and it's looking quite interesting, but what's the data underneath it? If it's a small period, if there isn't that much data in that point I'm looking at, then I wouldn't want to put too much weight on it in terms of understanding what that means. Okay, I'm just going to flick through and get to the very end. Went too far. One more. There we go. Okay. A lot of the claims that come through from critical illness policies tend to come through from cancers. You've got cancers, that's about 50% of the claims for the non-smoker side of non-smoker policyholders, and about 75% of the claims come through for smoking status. And then the next one is heart attacks, and then there's strokes. So heart attacks are around 15% of the claims that come through. So I thought, okay, well, let's have a look at what's happening in the population in terms of cancer registrations and why is that coming through. So this graph here, the lines show the incidence rates, age-standardized incidence rates for all registrations. Data comes from NHS Digital. And the bars are talking about the number of registrations for each of those rates. And as we thought we would see in 2020, we've got the same jump coming down. There aren't the 2021 incidence rates numbers published yet, so I can pull out my nice sort of uptick. But you can see between 2019 and 2021, there's a big increase in the cancer numbers. So I wanted to think about what might happen next in terms of the critical illness policies. So cancers, I think, is going to be a big challenge for us because the prevention side of it, yes, that's almost like your life choices, etc. But in terms of diagnosis, because of the lag that's come through in 2020, we didn't have that many diagnoses. In 2021, 22, that the backlog hopefully should have cleared. We will see more. And the other thing I wanted to check was at younger ages, given critical illness claims were coming more and more from cancers at younger ages, I wondered what was going on. I did go back to the NHS Digital to look at it, but they only have age-grouped data for the last 2 years that was published. So I believe there's a bit more digging to be done on that one. Okay, so I'm just thinking about the future, what could happen in terms of the treatments and so on and so forth. I think, Andrew, you already talked about the HPV vaccine earlier. Yes, you did, thank you. So there's been no cervical cancer cases in Scotland from those people who've been vaccinated. So there is one type of cancer that could be I don't want to say cured, but eradicated potentially. But also that a lot of effort has gone into coming up with the COVID vaccine, which meant researchers are now thinking about how can we use this in our cancer research, and could we come up with vaccines for cancers for adults much later on, much more later. And then that could potentially reduce a lot of the claims that come through from cancers. It may not be for all of them, but for the few that we can eradicate or vaccinate against. The gummy bears there are my thoughts on personalized medicine, because there's a whole, in the media and Instagram, etc., people come up with nutritional supplements, so vitamins that you can take that are specifically tailored to your body. And that means some people are getting the green gummy bears, some are getting the red ones, but the whole concept is there's going to be a personalized medicine that's potentially going to come through with the new thing. The DNA picture, I was thinking about asymmetry of information. Now, as a person applying for a insurance policy, if you've done all of those DNA tests, 23andMe and Ancestry, etc., you know a bit more about yourself than you would have done 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So that's the bit I don't think we can measure. And yeah, the young people's cancer statistics was I found quite shocking, really, because they seem to be on the rise. I don't know why it's happening, but I'd be keen to know if anybody knows why they might be happening. I'd be interested to find out. Okay, well, this was my whistle-stop tour about critical illness policies. I'm conscious of time, and that it's been a really big stretch of presentations from different parts. If you have any questions, please come and grab me. Is that okay? Yeah? Thank you very much. Good. All right. That's my one, isn't it?
Yeah, again, if you have any questions now, I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. It was a very quick presentation. Yeah, so I'm sure everybody's looking forward to the coffee, but there are 1 or 2 questions.
There's one over there.
Okay.
Thank you. It's not so much a question as an anecdote involving David's work. You've mentioned some of the CMI reports, the big blue ones are CMI 12, and sometime in the late 1980s, I was a summer holiday student at Bacon and Woodrow, and I was given this report, and my task was to punch in page after page after page of 6-digit numbers into a mainframe computer. And then when I'd done that, after about 10 days, my boss came to me and said, right, here's the report with the formulas in.
I've done that too, you'll be happy to know.
Okay. Right, if there are no more questions, then I think we will continue with coffee, huh? So the coffee is served in the usual place. Thank you.
We are now at the stage where we are going to be covering some contributed talks. I'm not going to go into any of the details about all the talks because you can read all those already. So hopefully everybody has done that, and I'll leave as much time as possible for people to actually carry out their talks. The first of which is from Aniketh Pittea from Grant Thornton, who will be, I'm not going to read out the full title because that'll take up most of the session, a Bayesian framework for flexible mortality modelling. So, Aniketh, over to you.
Thank you, Paul, and a big thank you to Şule for organizing such a great conference, and a big thank you to David for all your contribution towards the literature and the work. I think we're all admirative of your work. Before I start, I would also like to highlight, so this is a joint presentation with Grant Thornton and the University of Essex. There's Alex and Jackie here. If ever you have any hard questions, I think it's better you point. Oh, sorry, yeah. If ever, yeah, I was just saying, if ever there's any hard questions later, I'll just ask it to them. So basically what I'll be talking about is a method for selecting and extending mortality models. The agenda for today, so I'll be giving a little bit of background of like the approach that we've used and talk a little bit about Bayesian approach and reversible jump. And then I'll present 2 case studies, one on the human mortality database and one on model extensions. So in terms of what we were trying to do, so we were trying to build a framework where we would make mortality model a little bit more transparent and a little bit more automated and approachable. And the aim really was to equip practitioners with a way so that they can better understand their model and parameter risk attached with their mortality models, make model selections between different mortality models a bit easier in the sense that we're building a framework and they can leverage that framework when they're trying to select or look at different mortality models. And then make it a little bit easier in terms of if you want to be extending models. There's always like new things you want to be looking at in terms of, let's say earlier we've heard about like the impact of climate change or the impact of income disparities. So if ever there's any particular factor that you want to be looking at, it helps like to, it's a way of like looking at more factors and building that into your mortality model. So in terms of like, if you want to be doing a mortality model selection, if you take the classical way, then the model selection criteria you'll be using would be AIC and BIC. We opted to use a Bayesian approach and use a selection criteria called reversible jump in order to do the selection. So I'll explain this in a bit more details. And I should also say that this is still very much work in progress. And for some of the results that I'll be showing today, we've used the DIC approach for our model selection, but more on that later. So a bit on the motivation on why we're using a Bayesian approach and a reversible jump. So you get a bit more consistent estimate of your uncertainties, particularly if you're talking about model uncertainties and where data becomes sparse and you're trying to look at things where there's a lot of model uncertainties. It helps to bring some light to this. And it also brings a unifying framework where you're trying to do your parameter estimate and model selection at the same time. So what's a reversible jump? So imagine you have like many iterations of a process that you're trying to do, right? So for each iteration, the algorithm rather, will be looking at a particular version of the model, and it will add or remove terms to the model, so propose new models. And then it will go through many models and then at the end generate a probability distribution where it tells you how likely this model is good for the data that you're looking at or how poor this particular model is. And what it does is that it brings some sort of averaging over all models where bigger weights get assigned to very good models that based on your data and smaller weights gets assigned to the poorer model. So visually, it looks a little bit like that, and the difference between the classical approach and the fully Bayesian approach, where in your classical approach, you'll be looking at model 1, model 2, model 3, and then there's one particular one that you think works best, model XX, I've called it here, and then you take this model XX and then you do a simulation if you want to be doing, like, for example, a forecast of mortality rates over time, then you'll get some sort of distribution. What we're proposing is taking a slightly different route where you still have the model 1, model 2, model 3, but instead of picking one model, you're assigning weights to the different models. The models which best fits your data has like a higher weight, which you can see through the higher peak, and then the less desirable model, you sort of get these lower peaks. And what it adds to the table a little bit is that you get a little bit of like, what's the probability of a model being good for your data? And this is what I was talking about a little bit about the model averaging, where you're not completely discarding model, which is less suitable for your data, but it could still bring something to the simulation you're trying to do. So let's say we have like some data. So this is how the reversible jump works. You have some data, right? In the first iteration, it will try like to model something, right? So here it's just trying to say, all right, the data, we model it as a constant. And what it's pretty much going to say is that, well, this is a little bit rubbish, so because you'll get lots of errors if you just try to model this data just using a straight line. So in the next iteration, it will try to come up with something a little bit better, represented by the red line, right? And then what the model might say is that, okay, might be good enough, or perhaps we need to make it a little bit more complex. So maybe we add more terms to our model just to bring it a little bit closer to the data, but also taking into account some kind of, how do you call it, like a parameter penalty where you don't want to be using too many parameters, or you don't want to make your model just capturing noise at some point. So what happens between 2 iterations? So let's say we were at iteration 2. So either it could make it more complex and say, right, this model is not good enough, so we need to make it a little bit more complicated just to capture more things. Or it could be saying, actually, this model looks fine, but we need to maybe update the parameters and make it a little bit closer in order to get a better capture of our data. Or it could be saying, actually, this is already too complicated, and we're already overfitting at this point, so let's go back to something a little bit simpler. Right? And then this is what happens, is that over many iterations, you'll sort of like get an averaging, and a favored model will come out from this selection. So now in terms of like our case studies, so we studied the paper, a quantitative comparison of stochastic mortality models, where the authors looked at many different mortality models and compared it using AIC and BIC. So there's Andrew Keynes here, yeah. Thank you for your paper. And then what we try to do is study those models and see a little bit what those mortality models are trying to capture, and see if we can build a framework around it to come up with some of the models that the paper proposes. There's 4 key questions we ask when building that framework. I'll quickly go through them. So first thing is like how do we model our age effect? Is it a linear with age, or is it, do we need something a little bit more complicated? How do we model the period effect, and is it dependent on age over time? How do you model the age period effect, and do you need a cohort effect? So if I just start with age, so either what the framework will be asking is, do we need to be having a parameter for each ages when modeling mortality rates, or do we want something a little bit simpler represented by the graph on top, where you can just model this linearly? The second part is that, do you want to be capturing age and period independently? That is, if you're looking at mortality improvement over time, is it just constant across all ages? Or do you need something a little bit more complicated where the way age or mortality improves over time, it's dependent on how old you are? So that's the second question it asks the framework. The third question is that, assuming you want some dependency between your age and your period effect, do you want now to be modeling this as a linear pattern where it changes linearly over time? Or do you want something a little bit more complex where for each age you're actually capturing a parameter to capture the age period effect? And then finally, do you need a cohort effect based on the data that you're trying to model? So those are the questions you ask to the framework. And then, so there's different ways that you could be expanding the tree. You could be expanding this AX and getting more complicated model, or you could be using A plus BX, as shown on the left-hand side, where then you get a different tree. And from there already, you can recover a lot of the models which were presented in the paper, where you get model M1, model something close to model M2, model M3, and so on. I think I made a mistake here, where this is not model M2, but this one is model M2, but I felt bad sending another version of the slides. I've sent too many already, so I wouldn't want to do that. So just recognize there's a mistake here in the slides. And then what we do is that we try to fit the data from different countries to this framework and see what model comes out. And that's basically a little bit like the selling point of this algorithm, where it's all sort of like in one place, and then you just chuck in new data, and then you see what comes out of it, and how does the model across, in this case, countries differ. And then, so we got like something like M2 for England, France, Germany, and Japan. Denmark, so M1 is actually the Lee Carter model, and then Hong Kong was this model here. And the model which we are getting for Hong Kong is actually sort of like an intermediary model, where it's not something necessarily that people have explored or we've seen much before, but it could potentially, there might be something there, and that's a little bit one of the things of the framework, where you sort of like start getting models which are in between those classical models that you've seen in the past that tries to model mortality rates. So yeah, this is just a big table just to show there's lots of models that can come out of the framework. And then part of it is those where they say M1, M2 is models that's been explored and quantified before. And then the others are sort of like intermediary models that comes out of it, of the framework. And then for the second case study, this is where we try to say, okay, we'll use something similar, but now let's see if we can now use, do something similar, but to use it to extend mortality models. So we've seen in presentations where now we're trying to understand a little bit, let's say like the effect of climate change or the effect of maybe COVID or the effect of income disparities, whatever. So, so this framework, we try to say, can we leverage this now and then see how easy it is to start extending those models and start exploring many models under this. So we use the Lee Carter model and then we say, could we potentially be extending the Lee Carter to a capture? We've tried it on product effect, country effect, and gender effect. So we start with the Lee Carter. And then similarly, we start asking the framework questions. How does the new effect that you're trying to do, how does it impact your age intercept? And then the framework could be telling you, so this is just a dummy example, it's just to show how the framework would work, where it tells you, yeah, right, it should be an additive effect. How does it impact the slope or your gradient? Now it should be a multiplicative effect. How does it impact your period? Here it could be telling you there's no effect. So this is how we're planning now to use this to start extending this framework to explore new features. And we've tried it. So this is where I was saying earlier. So we're testing results at the moment. And for this one, we've used like the BIC, and we've tested it on DIC, sorry, and we've tested it on different versions of product extension, of model extensions. For product, a particular model emerges. For gender, a particular model emerges. And for country, another model emerges. So now the key thing is to just test this a little bit and how, when we run the framework, how similar results we get. So for example, for gender, how to interpret that is that the model is going to tell you, well, fit something specific for your parameter A, something specific for your parameter K, and then the gamma, which represents the cohort effect, this is shared across both genders, rather. But yeah, that was pretty much the gist of the presentation. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
That was bang on 15 minutes. Very impressive.
Yeah. Worked very hard for that time, yeah.
and your hard work paid off. What I suggest is if we run through the presentations and then take any questions on them right at the end, because otherwise there's no way we're going to get the time back. So I will now hand over to our next speaker, Kyu-Hyung Park, who I believe has made the longest journey of anybody who's contributing here from the University of New South Wales. So thank you very much for coming, and look forward to hearing your talk.
Thank you so much. Very fun. Okay, hi everyone. I am Kyu-Hyung Park, the postdoc researcher at the University of New South Wales and Centre of Excellence in Population Aging Research in Sydney, Australia. And this is a joint work with Emeritus Professor Michael Sherris. And yeah, it's a huge honor for me to present our work at the Wilkie Fest. Thank you so much. Okay, with population aging globally, it's becoming more and more important to have well-constructed system of long-term care, aged care in other words. To briefly describe the long-term care or LTC system in Australia, it can be described as a hybrid system combining a tax-based universal model and means-tested system. So all Australians can access to public long-term care when they need, but it comes with a bit of co-payment where the amount depends on the wealth level. And such system can be differentiated from other typical systems found globally, such as social insurance models or tax-based universal models, for example. And our research is about private long-term care insurance. So that is the type of insurance product that pays benefit to those who have disability and needs money. And it is well known that if long-term care insurance market is well developed, it is useful for better, more efficient allocation of resources for both government and individuals. But unfortunately, there is no active private long-term care insurance or LTCI market in Australia at the moment. Okay. So our research aims to provide a detailed analysis of the pricing of a range of potential LTCI products for Australian retirees. In doing so, we apply a 5-state Markov model for the functional disability and illness, which is the study that we published recently. Based on our literature review of recently published study that touches on the development and pricing of long-term care insurance products, we found like a number of studies, as you can see, and they've done the studies conducted using the data available in many different countries globally, and some typical types of products they studied on include the standalone long-term care insurance, so which is the most basic type of it, and life care annuity, which is a combination of the standalone long-term care insurance and a life annuity, which is good for risk management by insurers, and some family joint LTCI as well. Okay, so this is the brief description of the model we use for our study, and this is from a prior study. So this is the 5-state Markov model for functional disability and illness. And we estimated the model by using the Australian data, which is in the form of a series of cross-sectional data sets. And the transition between the states are defined by the equation over there, and the factors we used include age, gender, and trend. But we take the trend factor as an optional factor. So basically we have two models, the static model without the trend factor, and the trend model with the trend factor to understand the impact of the trend. Here are more about the data and the fitting procedure for the model. But I think we can go to the next slide to save time. Here is the method overview for our current study. So first, we run the simulations by using the estimated model. Okay, and based on those simulations, we estimated the premiums for the long-term care insurance products as a single upfront lump sum premium. And that premium is comprised of 3 components. So expected benefit payments, of course, and the risk margin, which is based on the solvency capital requirement, as well as a bit of expense loading of 10%. Okay, and based on the estimated premiums, we estimated the utilities for individuals to understand demand. And finally, we performed the sensitivity analysis for those utility measures for several uncertain factors. Okay, so here are some baseline input values that we used for the pricing of insurance products. Most of them are taken from literature review to ensure international comparability, but some unique settings include the disability benefit and disability benefit limit. Both of them are inflation adjusted. And we considered the core payment requirement for average Australians. So that's how we set those amounts. And there are some additional input values that use for our analysis. These are specifically for the utility measure. So for utility measure, we need to set the retirement income and the retirement consumption, and we based like those choices on Australian age pension, universal age pension, and the research on comfortable level of spending in the retirement. Okay, we plotted the survival curves by using our simulation result. And on the left, we have the survival curves for those who are initially healthy when entering retirement. And on the right, we have like survival curves for those who are ill when entering retirement. And yeah, so we can basically see that the survivor is longer for female compared to male. And when we use the trend model, the survivor is longer compared to the static model where we don't use the trend as a factor. And a little bit shorter survival for ill people compared to healthy people. And these are the proportion of disabled individuals by age. One notable finding, commonsensical, is that the peak for the proportion, the peak for this proportion comes at earlier age for ill people compared to healthy people, accounting for the difference in life expectancies. And here are the numerical results of the premium estimation. And actually, the absolute amount written here, it depends on like our settings, like assumption, disability benefit, payment level. But more than that, we can see that females' premium is significantly greater than males' premium, as expected. But when we compare trend model to the static model, the impact of incorporating the trend is not as much as we expected. And that's because with the trend, we project longer life expectancy, but from Australian data, we observe slightly decreasing incidence of disability. So because of the opposite effect, the significance is not that high. Okay, so this first result, I forgot to mention that, but this is about the standalone long-term care insurance, the most basic type of insurance product that just pays disability benefit for people when they incur disability. And this result is for the healthy retirees, so those who are healthy when entering retirement. Okay, and the next one is the second type, the life care annuity, which is again, the combination is a hybrid product for standalone long-term care insurance and a life annuity. Yeah, and this one notable finding here is the risk margin, so which is based on the solvency capital requirement. So risk margin is proportionally much lower compared to the standalone long-term care insurance product. And that highlights the benefit of this kind of hybrid product, which have more efficient risk management. Okay, so next two slides about similar result but for ill individuals, and we can see that, pardon? Yeah, okay, for those ill individuals, like findings are almost similar, but premium is a little bit cheaper, okay, considering the reduced life expectancies. Okay, and the next result is the measurement of utility. So basically, I put the value of utilities when those products are purchased without the brackets and when it is not purchased inside the brackets. So main point from this slide is that the utility measured for the purchase of the product is in most cases greater than the utility when product is not purchased. Okay, so we can see there is a benefit for individuals for purchase these kind of products. Of course, assuming that they understand what's going to happen in the future. Okay, and this is about the sensitivity analysis for our utility measure, and this one is by the risk aversion. And as expected, when risk aversion level goes up, the gain in utility, which is the y-axis, will go up. So predictable result. And next, sensitivity analysis is by the wealth level, so wealth level of individuals, and this one is more interesting, I think, especially for the life care annuity case, like bottom two plots. And it seems that there is an optimal wealth range, which makes this kind of products most useful for people. So what we found is if wealth level is too low, then the initially high premium is going to be burdensome for people, and that impacts their initial consumption stream too much. So it's less perceived less beneficial for them. And when wealth level is too high, then they just have ability to self-manage their risk. Even with disability, their consumption stream or bequest will not change that much. So that's why the curve is going down at later, like ending part. Okay. So finally, our conclusions. So we believe this research provides a careful analysis of potential long-term care insurance products for the Australian market by considering many different factors, like difference in life expectancies and time spent in functional disability for different group of people. And we also did the utility analysis to understand demand. And although our study focuses on Australian market, we believe that it also offers the additional insights for global development of the private long-term care insurance market by demonstrating, like the analysis considering many different factors such as population demographics, aging trends, retirement income and expenses, as well as determinants of consumer preferences like risk aversion and wealth level. Okay, so yeah, that is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Again, 15 minutes. If people could eat cake and drink coffee to such a strict timetable, then maybe we'd be finishing on time. But no, thank you. That was a very interesting talk indeed. And as before, we'll try and take some questions at the end of all of the presentations. So now we have Oliver Lockwood, who is going to be talking about the real-time updating of mortality projections. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to start by explaining what motivated me to give a talk on this particular topic. My expertise is in analysing the financial performance and risks of business based on explicit projection of the data to a future date. So a UK insurance or pension provider would analyse its financial performance over a reporting period by projecting explicitly what the data would look like at the end of the period if the business planning assumptions were borne out in practice, and then running those projected data through the actuarial models, consistently with how the provider would report its results if the business planning assumptions were actually realised. It's then possible to compare those projected results with the actual results at the end of a period in a systematic way, since both are calculated by the same method. How does this relate to the themes of this conference? Economic scenario generation, mortality and critical illness modelling, survival analysis, and income protection insurance. The provider is likely to use an economic scenario generator to calculate its capital requirements, but it's likely to be straightforward to project what the parameters of the economic scenario generator will be at the end of a reporting period if a business planning forecast is borne out. So I didn't see a need to give a talk about it. However, in terms of mortality modelling, I think current practice is some way from where it needs to be to achieve a robust analysis of financial performance and risks based on explicit projection of the data to a future date. The provider is likely to use the CMI mortality projections model, which is fitted to England and Wales deaths and exposure data for setting its mortality improvement assumptions. For business planning purposes, rather than considering what improvements the CMI model would project based on, at the year end, based on the actual mortality experience to date and a best estimate forecast for the rest of the year, the provider is likely to wait for the next annual update from the CMI. And this is in stark contrast to the management of market risk, where assumptions based on current market conditions are almost always used. So I decided to investigate how the mortality projections could be updated in real time using the weekly deaths data produced by the Office for National Statistics. The CMI model currently applies subjectively determined weights to the data to adjust for the impact of exceptional mortality during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in the version of the model including data to the end of 2022, the CMI assigned a 0 weight to 2020 and 21 data and a 25% weight to 2022 data, although those parameters can be varied by the user. In the 2023 version, the CMI announced just last week that they will be using a 0 weight for 2020 and 21 and a 15% weight for 2022 and 23. Now, these subjectively determined weights don't lend themselves to updating in real time, so we need a method that avoids the need for such weights. If we excluded from the data the figures from deaths with COVID mentioned on the death certificate, i.e. deaths involving COVID, which were widely quoted during the acute phase of the pandemic, then we would be excluding some deaths that would probably still have occurred without the pandemic, and we would actually have lower mortality during the pandemic than before, except in the first wave. However, since the start of 2021, the ONS has also produced weekly figures for deaths with COVID as the underlying cause, i.e. deaths due to COVID, as a percentage of those involving COVID. As you can see from the graph, these percentages were around 90% in early 2021 at the height of the pandemic, and more recently they have been around 70%. What I'm proposing is to exclude from the data COVID deaths figures scaled down by these percentages, so representing deaths due to COVID rather than involving COVID. The final point to note here is that the figures for the deaths involving COVID are released for 5-year age groups, so a method of allocating them to individual years of age is required. And in my analysis, I've used the same method that the CMI have used in previous versions of the CMI model to estimate the deaths in the final year of data. We also need to decide how to treat 2020, where data for deaths due to COVID, i.e. with COVID as the underlying cause, are not available. I note that serializing the 2020 data using a weight parameter, as in the current CMI model, may not be considered desirable if weight parameters are no longer to be used in later years. I also note that the early weeks of 2020, before COVID had a material impact, had similar mortality to the early weeks of 2019. I therefore decided for my analysis to set 2020 deaths equal to 2019 deaths, prorated for the change in population at each age and gender. We should pause at this point to consider whether it makes sense conceptually to run the CMI model on data that excludes COVID deaths for all years, not only during the acute phase of the pandemic. I would argue that it does, provided the CMI model is used for its intended purpose as a model of mortality improvements, not a model of mortality in aggregate. We are saying that the usual method of projecting improvements in the CMI model has been distorted by the introduction of a new cause of death, and that it can't be reliably assessed what impact that cause of death will have on future improvements. However, actuaries using the CMI model also need to consider whether the base mortality assumptions are appropriate to the post-pandemic mortality experience of the business they are modelling. And I therefore didn't consider it appropriate to quote any figures for the impacts on life expectancies of removing COVID deaths from the data in this talk. Having decided how to adjust for COVID deaths, we can now produce a best estimate forecast of what a CMI model, including 2023 data, would be expected to look like based on data available as at the end of 2022. In the CMI model, all parameters have default values known as the core values, except that there's a long-term rate of mortality improvement that must be specified by the user. For my best estimate forecasts, I've used a long-term rate of mortality improvement of 1.5%, although it doesn't have a material impact because we're only projecting for 1 year, and set all the other parameters to their core values. I found that adding a 2023 column of forecast deaths and exposures reduced life expectancies at age 65 by just over 0.1 of a year for both males and females. It's important for users of the CMI model to understand that this reduction occurs even though all we've done is add 2023 data on a best estimate basis. It's due to earlier years when mortality improvements were higher, moving further into the past, and hence being given lower weight in the calibration process. Having produced a forecast to the end of 2023 based on data available at the end of 2022, we can now update the forecast by replacing the expected total deaths and COVID deaths with the actual figures released by the ONS on a weekly basis. I've illustrated sample life expectancies at age 65 obtained using the actual deaths data up to each month end. And the bottom graph comes from the quarterly mortality monitor produced by the CMI for Q4 2023. The thick black line shows year-to-date mortality in 2023 compared with the average of 2013 to 2022. And you can see that I've been able to generate movements in life expectancy that are broadly mirror images of those in year-to-date mortality as expected. To conclude, although I've informed the CMI Mortality Projections Committee of my work, I wanted to emphasise that in my view this is fundamentally not a talk about mortality at all. Instead, it's about forecasting the future financial position of a business by a method consistent with how the actual financial position will be calculated when the time comes, so enabling a like-for-like comparison between the two. It so happens that for a typical UK insurance and pension provider, the mortality improvement assumptions are the area where current practice is furthest from this ideal. But businesses everywhere need people who can forecast their future financial position in a way comparable with the actual position, and recommend what actions should be taken as a result of the comparison. Otherwise, management are likely to bluff their way through explaining the performance of the business to the board, and suboptimal decisions are likely to be made as a result. Addressing this issue is well aligned with the actuarial skill set, and I see it as a key element of the future of the actuarial profession. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions at the end.
Thank you, Oliver, for a very interesting and very important topic as well. Now, I've been just trying to work out whether the Australian National University is closer or further away than the University of New South Wales, and whether I misintroduced. I think it's slightly closer, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm sure our next speaker can tell us, and our next speaker is Michelle Dong, who will be talking about a compositional approach to modelling cause-specific mortality with zero counts.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to present here, and happy birthday, David. I have a confession to make. I didn't travel from Australia. I came in from London this morning, but you are right, so Canberra is slightly closer to London than Sydney. So today, I'm conscious of time and pressure's on to keep to time. We'll talk quickly about a compositional approach to modelling cause-specific mortality with zero counts. So understanding and forecasting mortality by cause is an important part of life insurance. It's got wide-ranging implications for decision makers in public policy and industry. And I have to confess, I started looking into this because of my interest in climate-related risks. So to accurately capture trends in cause-specific mortality, we need to consider dependencies between causes. We also need to produce forecasts by age and cause, ideally that are coherent with aggregate mortality forecasts. One way to achieve this is to model cause-specific deaths using compositional data analysis. So treating the density of deaths as by age and cause as a set of dependent non-negative values that sum to a constant. A major drawback, though, of this cause is the challenges with zero values. So when you have zero values in your subcategories, it creates problems when you're trying to model it statistically. So what we have proposed here and what we have tested is a transformation called the alpha transformation to model cause-specific life table death counts. For the application of this proposed approach, what we've done is we've taken the alpha transformation and also the typical transformations that you would apply to compositional data analysis, and we tested it using English and Wales cause of death data between 2001 and 2016. What we found is that the alpha transformation tended to produce better and more accurate forecasts relative to standard approaches, which I'll go into in a bit later. But before I go into that, I'll have a quick overview of key concepts, and just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Hopefully it's not too naughty and we can all move on to the fun parts. So as we've already covered, understanding mortality by cause is quite important, and there have been a number of developments in literature to understand this in the past. Not all of them are CODA-based, so compositional data analysis-based, and a lot of them are much more complex and a lot more technical than I have the capability to explain to you today. An alternative approach, as I mentioned, is compositional data analysis, and again, I'll cover that in detail after this slide. But one key point to note is because we're thinking about the data compositionally now, we have constraints. For example, the sum of all your components cannot be more than the total that you're trying to model. You can't have negative values in your components, things like that. And so it's those kinds of fun problems that we're trying to address when we want to transform that compositional data and perform statistical analysis on that data. So before we go into what I mean by transform, let's quickly cover what I mean by compositional data. So consider a death count as capital D here. What we want to calculate is the proportion of death counts as a proportion of the total number of deaths in a particular year. And in my case, I want to split it by age, I want to split it by cause, and maybe I'll think about gender separately for males and females, for example. This means that if I have all of my different proportions of death by age and cause, I can stick them into a nice matrix that I have there. But the key point of that nice matrix is that if you sum up all of those proportions, they have to sum up to 1 at the end, and that's my constraint. Anyway, hopefully this is not too controversial. I'll keep going. Now that we have this nice matrix, though, we want to perform some sort of analysis. Say, I want to forecast some deaths. I can't just take the matrix and go with it, because well, as I've tested in the past, you get some funny answers sometimes, like negative proportions. Or when you finish forecasting, you think, hang on a minute, my proportions sum up to more than 1. I can't use this. I can't use this for my analysis. So what do we do, or what has been done in the past? Log ratios. So what you can do is you can apply logs to those ratios and then essentially transform your compositional data and perform the analysis from there. Once you're happy with your analysis, you transform it back for inference to tell a nice story. This is all well and good, and I can go through the detail of these 2 commonly used log ratios. But maybe before I jump into that, one thing to bear in mind is that you can't really take logs of a 0. And so that's where my problem comes in. Because if I'm looking at emerging causes of death, if I'm looking at things that have 0 counts, I can't take logs anymore. I have to find another way to go around this, right? Anyway, so let's put a pin in that, and let's come back to log ratios. So the 2 most commonly used log ratios in literature is the center log ratio and the isometric log ratio. The centered log ratio, essentially you divide the proportion by the geometric mean and then you take the log. It's really nice because you end up with the same number of proportions, the same number of parts as your original composition. But the issue with that is that you're still kind of constrained. All your log ratios have to sum to 0. The isometric log ratio sort of gets around that by moving that into the real space, so you're no longer constrained. And there's a whole bunch of technical details, which I'm sure I'll go over time if I dive into that, but there are references and technical details, happy to have a chat afterwards. So yes, revisiting our problem then. If I have zeros in my data, what do? Now here comes the alpha transformation. The alpha transformation addresses these challenges posed by 0 values in compositional data analysis. It's a Box-Cox transformation, and alpha here is a tuning parameter to handle zeros. Rather than going through those equations, I'm going to maybe talk to them, and then we can move on from there. So similar to the isometric log ratio, the alpha transformed data is not subject to the 0-sum constraint. So you can almost do whatever you want with it when you've transformed it in terms of inference and analysis and applying the Lee-Carter model, for example, which is what we do in a bit. When you have alpha equals to 0, you get back to the isometric log ratio, which I very briefly talked about just now. But it's interesting to note, when you have alpha equal to 1, you get to the case where you're just performing statistical analysis as if your compositional data wasn't compositional. And so you almost have a range of how do I want to treat my data based on what I set alpha to. If you set alpha to 1, you're thinking, oh, it's fine. I'll just treat it as non-compositional. If you set alpha to 0, you're thinking, well, I might as well just apply the isometric log ratio transformation. But with that in mind, we now have a potential way to deal with the zeros in our subgroups. So let's see how the application goes, because I'm really conscious of time. Okay, so what we've done is we've got these methods in our pocket, and we've picked up the mortality by cause data for England and Wales from 2001 to 2016. I've split it by age, by cause, and done gender separately. But now the question is, does my data actually have zeros? Like, have I done all this and then I'm like, actually, no, my data doesn't have zeros, it's fine, I can just use normal approaches. Good news for me, my data does have zeros. And what I've done is I've disaggregated for the cardiovascular causes, because that was one of the major causes that I was interested in. Literature says that we've seen improvements over time. So I was like, well, where are these improvements coming from? What specific causes am I seeing these improvements in? With that split, we've observed zeros in 6 of the sub-causes, so rheumatic heart disease, essential hypertension, I can go on. But the important thing is there are zeros. The zeros appear mostly for age bands less than 50, and what we are seeing in the cause of death data is that the zeros don't come up randomly. You see them in the younger ages, you see them in consecutive years, and that poses another problem, because sometimes, I mean, maybe some of you are sitting here thinking, why is she talking about zeros? Why don't we just stick a random number in there? Or why don't we smooth over ages? Why don't we smooth over years? Then problem solved, right? But in this case, I don't think I could without drastically impacting my results. And so with that in mind, I'm thinking, perfect, let's go and have a look and let's see. this is what my data looks like. The words are very small, but essentially the key points I want to draw from this is, one, you can see that the big blue bars are deaths by all other causes, so non-cardiovascular. The colored bars at the top are the disaggregated cardiovascular causes. This is showing all age groups together by year, and so when I'm actually doing the analysis, I've split into age bands as well. I guess what the observation here is that you can see cardiovascular causes in aggregate have been decreasing over time, at least in the data that I've got. So on the next slides, I've got the forecast, and maybe I'll cover that in a little bit more detail because I think I did that fairly quickly just now. So to get to our forecast, we've got this nice composition. We then transform this compositional data into something that we can perform analysis on, because I can't do a forecast using this. Once I've done my analysis, I then transform it back into what it actually means from a meaningful perspective. I can say, well, the proportion of deaths attributable to myocardial infarction is increasing or decreasing, but I can't do that unless I transform it back to the compositional view. This is what my initial set of results looked like. So I mentioned it's a big table of numbers. Maybe don't worry about reading all of those numbers. But the key point is, I mentioned earlier that the alpha transformation is dependent on what you calibrate alpha to. And you get different results. So what we've done here is we've selected for our forecast the alpha that corresponds to the lowest error. And what this table shows is us testing different log ratios, different ways of smoothing zeros. So I've got the centered log ratio, the isometric log ratio, and the way that I've treated zeros is either omitting them or replacing them with an arbitrarily small number, which has been done in literature before without impacting results a lot. And then I'm testing different values of alpha when I'm using my alpha transformation. What I can see here is that if I've calibrated alpha correctly, the alpha transformation tends to give me lower errors in my forecast, which was exciting for me because I'm like, wow, this is cool. This could be really, exciting when I'm looking at causes that don't have a lot of death counts and I still want to produce something meaningful. Here's what it looks like in a picture. And I don't know about you, but I'm standing really close to the screen and I can't really see much of a difference. So at this point, I'm thinking, well, if I'm looking at the errors, it looks like there's something, but I'm looking at the pictures and it doesn't look like there's anything. And what this is showing is, so if I explain it to you, the one on the most leftmost is the observed data, and then I have the different transformations that I'm using. This fit is only on the data that I do have, so up to 2016, and you can see that the proportions are not super different. So along the horizontal axis, I've got the different causes, and then along the vertical axis, I've got the proportion of deaths. So they're not super different for the data that I'm fitting to. The next slide, though, is interesting, because whilst my fit doesn't look super different when I'm comparing proportions by itself, what I can see here is when I'm forecasting beyond the period that I have data for, you can see that for the cause at the very bottom, I don't know if it's clear, that for the cause at the very bottom, which is cardiac arrest, you're getting different patterns emerging when you're using different ways of transforming your compositional data. When I'm comparing these things and making inferences by using different transformations, one of the things that you might ask is, well, Michelle, that's really tiny, and I don't know if it's material enough to care or to go to the effort of using a different transformation. Can't I just pick a method that everyone knows? And yeah, maybe, you're probably right. But I think from my perspective, though, it's quite telling because depending on the transformation, and if you're interested in causes that are emerging or new, what you can see is that maybe the pattern that you're predicting is going to be different, and that might drive different decisions. So that was a very quick whistle-stop tour of this transformation that I've pulled together for compositional data analysis. To sum up and to recap, we introduced the alpha transformation, a statistical method to deal with zeros in compositional data. Using an expanding window cross-validation method, we picked the best alpha to forecast with. And using the alpha transformation, we showed that forecasts applying this transformation compared to typical methods, like the centered log ratio or the isometric log ratio, tended to give you better results. And also when we compared to other ways of dealing with zeros, it tended to give you more meaningful results. Finally, though, of course, there's a next step. So where do we go from here? What other research can we do? And I think if we apply this in conjunction with what we know on co-mortalities or other causes of death, or even if we dig into, because this is just cardiovascular causes, even if we do an exercise on respiratory causes, for example, you will get quite different results and different variations. But I'll leave that for you to think about. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting talk, which has actually given me some ideas which I'm going to put into some research I'm doing myself, so that's very helpful. We have now our final presentation, which means we're going to run a little bit over, but we've done pretty well. And this last presentation is from Phelim Boyle, the University of Waterloo in Canada, so just around the corner really compared to some of our speakers, who's going to be talking about Ponzi schemes. So, Phelim? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? John, you can hear me? Perfect. First, it's a pleasure to be here. I wish to congratulate David. I would also like to thank him for his many fundamental contributions to actuarial science. David's stuff is so good that if you just read the discussions that he has written, you will get ideas and inspiration. He is truly sui generis. So my talk is about Ponzi schemes. It's non-technical, but I think interesting. Get this working. Why study them? Well, they're ubiquitous. They occur all over the world. Secondly, doctors study diseases as well as healthy people. And I think if we look at them, we might figure out ways to detect them or avoid them. There are 3 examples I'll talk about. Bernie Madoff, the most famous, the most infamous. Alan Stanford, and the FTX situation, which is not truly a Ponzi scheme, but it's a financial fraud that has some overlap with Ponzi schemes. And then we'll look at some of the features of Ponzi schemes and some examples. So there'll be no math or technical stuff here. But I would say that Ponzi schemes are highly understudied. It's almost like we're embarrassed to write research papers on them. So what happens? There's a promoter, usually a very charismatic person, usually male, who comes along with this story, and he induces his investors to part with their money and promises high returns, above average returns. And the way it's funded is the people who withdraw, they take the money from the early investors. So to sustain these schemes, you have to have an increasing flow of new money. And eventually, it's detected. A promoter goes to jail. People lose their money. So in plain words, the guy lies, he steals, he's a crook, and often he has a good time first, but then he suffers. So Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme was the largest Ponzi scheme in the world, and it operated in one of the most sophisticated economies in the world, with allegedly very good regulation for over 30 years. It only collapsed during the financial crisis because his investors were drawing money, withdrawing money from the plan. And he was clever, cunning. He adapted new technologies. He started off with his friends and family, and then he figured out very cunning and smart ways to increase his investor base. Eventually he was caught, got a pretty heavy sentence, 150 years, which is obviously, this is the only mortality I'll talk about, a life sentence, and he's since passed on. He died in prison 2 years ago. Alan Stanford, you may not know as much about him. He was a Texan, started off in real estate, and then formed a bank. He moved to the Caribbean, easier regulation there, and he sold certificates of deposit, higher interest rates than are available elsewhere, and he indicated or promised falsely that these had the security of the US government. As some of the other people did in this, he engaged a lot in philanthropic enterprises, giving money to charity. And we'll see that's a device that Ponzi operators often use. He's now serving 100 years. And the next one is Sam Bankman-Fried, a very colorful young person who had a physics degree from MIT. He espoused something you may have heard of called effective altruism. It's devised by philosophers, a way to give your money to do the most good in the world. So at least on the surface, it's got a certain attraction, although I should add it's a little controversial. It's popular in Silicon Valley and with elite universities in the United States. So maybe that was part of his appeal. Well, he established a crypto exchange, and then he also established a hedge fund, but he called it Alameda Research, because he, as he said, if you call it a hedge fund, no one will invest with him. Started in Hong Kong, moved to the Bahamas, and he was found out fairly recently. In fact, he was subsidized, taken money from the FTX. There was losses in the hedge fund, and he was taking money from the exchange. He was, just last month, he was sentenced, and he's now spending 25 years in prison. So what are the features of a Ponzi scheme? Well, there's a promoter, there's a story, and then there's a trust-building mechanism. You've got to get people to give you their money. The promise to turn, and then there has to be a way to attract new investors, and then there has to be a strategy to avoid regulation. And then usually it's never clear what the exit strategy is. I'm not sure if they think that far ahead. So the promoter, as I mentioned, is normally male. Typically has investment experience, made money. He was a securities dealer on Wall Street. Alan Stanford started with real estate in Texas, and Bankman-Fried had done some work with an investment firm on Wall Street. One interesting thing about SBF, as we call him, he wanted to portray the image of a smart mathematician, so he had pretty wild hair and dressed very informally, as you will see. Apparently that makes you a better mathematician. And Stanford had a knighthood that was subsequently revoked, and he did a lot of charity work, and he loved cricket and sponsored cricket games. Those are two very well-known politicians that most of you here will know. And the younger gentleman is Sam Bankman-Fried, you'll notice the informal attire, the interesting hairstyle, and the cargo shorts. That was at a conference a couple of years ago on cryptocurrency. This is Mr. Stanford. He stood 6'5", very imposing gentleman who had a very important, or not important, a famous Ponzi scheme in the Caribbean. So the story has to be plausible, and it has to generally provide something that isn't currently available. And the promised interest rate is fake. These things are not earning any money. But if you think of the issue from the viewpoint of the promoter, if you set it too high, there's two disadvantages. First, people find it maybe less credible. And secondly, to sustain the scheme, if you're promising 50% per annum, you need an awful lot of new investors to sustain the scheme. Well, Madoff had a really cunning way to deal with this. He probably hadn't read Markowitz's portfolio theory, but he realized that another way to maximize your utility is to reduce the variance. So one of his strategies claimed to use a very sophisticated option strategy, and we've written a paper on this, whereby it looked like you could reduce the volatility of his investment. So instead of giving you the market return, which typically has a 15%, 20% volatility, his returns were similar to the market, but were only 2 or 3%, immensely popular. And these guys, they claim stuff, Madoff claimed to have stock picking ability and market timing ability. Those are very precious gifts if you have them. And Stanford claimed his investments were guaranteed. Yeah, so we've covered that. So building trust, well, sometimes you just dress well, although maybe Bankman-Fried is a counterexample. Madoff used to go to London to get his suits. Join in industry committees. You build up credibility. Madoff was able to influence regulation because he was so prestigious on Wall Street. Donate to charity. Good people donate to charity. So you can signal that you're a good person by donating to charity. Get on the boards of directors of prestigious institutions. Now, I guess that takes a little time and effort, but if you're on these boards, I figure you meet other important, influential people. Stanford hosted polo games attended by William and I guess now King Charles. And he had ambassadors. One was Michael Owen, a footballer that some of you may know, and Vijay Singh. And for the purist, Michael Owen was then playing for Newcastle. Stanford claimed to be related to Leland Stanford, who founded the university, which is maybe the most prestigious university in North America. The interesting thing is, if you dig down, as Moshe was telling us, to the history, Leland Stanford was not a nice guy. He was a robber baron. And the effect of altruism, I don't know what impact it had, but it seemed from a distance to be perched on the high moral ground. Advertise. FTX had a very, very expensive Super Bowl ad, and Super Bowl is in part an advertising extravaganza. Word of mouth. Another way is to use affinity fraud. If you're all from a certain religious thing or a certain country, people like to trust each other and they bring people in that way. And Madoff formed good relations or profitable relations with feeder funds and European banks and other financial institutions, and they could do the collection for him. Madoff's European investors, there was about almost 1 million of them, and they got compensated by to the tune of 15 billion. To avoid detection, well, the cryptocurrency wasn't really well regulated. People, when something new happens, the regulators are not ahead of the game. And so he moved around where the regulation was less onerous. As I say, Madoff and Sanford influenced the regulation. Stanford also bribed the regulators, which is definitely wrong. Curry favor with politicians, FTX did that. And then in China, my PhD student has studied, there was a big Ponzi scandal with peer-to-peer companies. A lot of money lost, but China, as China often does, figured it out and regulated them out of existence. And there's really pretty astute things that Madoff did parallel to his investment advisory business. On another floor of the Lipstick Building in New York, he ran a legitimate broker-dealer business. So he could say to Professor McCutcheon, I have a business that's regulated, which is true, by the SEC. And then his other business was more suspect. So there's two questions. I'm going quickly because I know, A, this is the last talk, and B, we don't have much time, that I sometimes think about. Why would a rational agent start a Ponzi scheme, right? And the second one is, why would a rational agent invest in a Ponzi scheme? Well, you could say maybe they're not rational, or your view of rational. Or the people who start them, it's possible they start off with a legitimate business, they have a bad year, and they say, I'll shove in some money, and then they get caught in a spiral. And there's some, we've no evidence, but there's some conjecture that might have even happened with Madoff. Or maybe they like the excitement of running at the edge, or they enjoy the fancy cars and the fine living that this lifestyle gives them. But at the same token, they have to be smart enough to figure out a way to do all this. And if they're that smart, they should be able to see it's going to end in tears. The second question is, why would a rational person invest in a Ponzi scheme? Because it is generally too good to be true. And it could be they actually believe the hype, or they set the hype aside and say, I'll go along. Because when the scheme is detected, there's clawback provisions. They even tax you on your illegitimate profits. It usually doesn't end well when the scheme is detected. But it is possible, if you, not that anyone here would do it, if you know it is a Ponzi scheme, you could ride the wave, go in, grab the big profits, and leave. But even then, if there's an accounting, then you could be in trouble. So these are just a couple of the things that we've worked on. I feel the modeling of this is still in its infancy. I've seen people use maybe the so-called SIR model, which has some limitations. They use neural networks. It's tricky. We've done a little work on the optimization, but on the previous slide, you're usually optimizing with rational people who are maximizing something. So, you know, how do you maximize the exit? So I think it's a challenging area to model, but all I've tried to do this afternoon is give you a little taste of the interesting world of Ponzi schemes. Thank you.
Taking it over because our chair had to leave to catch his flight. Do you have any questions? Yes. So Philip, please. Yeah. We have a few minutes. Yeah.
Better not be mortality. Thank you. Mr. Ponzi was a gentleman who might have come from Italy, but he lived in Boston, and he was a small gentleman, unlike Stanford, but he had some plan whereby he sold not stamps, but there was an equivalent of a stamp called sort of like some thing whereby you could send mail to other countries. So he promised like incredible returns, like 20%, very, very high. But they found him out, and he was put in jail, and he came back and kept going with other schemes. Sorry? Oh, 1900s. Yes.
You touched on obviously Bankman-Fried and the crypto business,
right,
but
right.
Can I just ask you about the cryptocurrency area as a whole? Because apart perhaps from not having fraud in its construction, it strikes me it has all the other hallmarks, which is it relies on the ingress of new people to keep the momentum going up, and the extraordinarily high levels of returns, which we all know cannot be extrapolated indefinitely. It looks like the sort of thing which will come down with a complete crash at some stage, but who knows when, and you get FOMO coming in and all those things. Do you cover that in your thinking?
No, we don't. I have to be honest. I know so little about cryptocurrency, so I wouldn't even venture an opinion. I think I have to understand it a lot better before I could even say something sensible.
Thank you, Phelim, for a very interesting talk. Were you able to draw a clear demarcation line between, let's say, bonsai schemes and, let's say, the social welfare scheme, which requires a new entrance, define benefit schemes who might require equity-like returns, or even with-profit schemes? It seems to me that it looks like there's only the time scale in the difference, and then the exit strategies might be more non-J-like for...
Yeah, I wouldn't... wow, that's a good question. The sort of people who run the Ponzi schemes are truly bad guys, and I think in your case, they may be well-meaning people. There is that business of a pay-as-you-go pension plan, for sure, but presumably the cards are on the table. People, well, I don't know if they take the time to figure it out, but it's not presumably hushed up. So that's perhaps one difference, but you're not the first to draw some parallels between certain, financial activities and Ponzi schemes. But I do think there is a difference in the disclosure and also the aims of the people. They're not presumably trying to get rich and run off somewhere. Sorry.
Talked about 3 particular Ponzi schemes that you've seen.
Yes.
What about the ones you haven't seen?
Those are, well, what would Holmes have said? Those are the crimes, the ones we haven't yet discovered. That's a very interesting question. The thing about Madoff was a lot of warnings. I mean, the SEC had 6 investigations of him, but absolutely, for sure, there are Ponzi schemes out there that we are unaware of, but by the mechanism, the fact you have to keep increasing the base, either they run out of money or like financial, difficulty happens and people call for their money back. But the banks in this wonderful city, if everyone went in and worked for their money back, they may not get it either. But you're right. That is a question to which I don't know the answer, but I do know there's a non-zero number of Ponzi schemes, even in this country. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, that pretty much concludes the day. Well, I'd like to thank you all for attending and staying in such large numbers to the very end. It's been a packed program. It's been an excellent program, I think. So I think once again, I'd like to thank David for giving us the reason to all come together for this event. It's been a remarkable thing to be present at, a fabulous high-powered actuarial audience. So, yeah, it remains to wish you a safe trip back and hope to see you in York again sometime. We must do some more actuarial events in such a space like this. Okay, thank you.
And I say thank you too for all of you who've come and said nice things about me, and I'm very flattered by it all. And I'm very pleased to see in so many of the talks that nowadays there's actually much more, I think, serious analysis, statistical analysis and mathematical analysis going on than there was in the actuarial profession in my youth. And I think that is all a good thing. Whether I has helped it along, I don't know, but I certainly approve of it.